Am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity, In terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Well, good afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Gerald Hightower, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network which showcases Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities from all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community which shares its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, family, we have an incredible speaker by the name of Mr. Remy Jules. And Remy Jules is a passionate advocate and subject matter expert for affordable housing services through government programs, and he hails from the vibrant city of Austin, Texas. Remy has developed a deep understanding of the unique challenges faced by individuals and families seeking affordable housing options. As a real estate investor, Remy has adopted a socially conscious approach, striving to create and maintain affordable housing options for individuals and families across Central Texas. Recognizing the critical role of government programs in addressing housing disparities, Remy became an influential advocate for affordable housing services at both the local and state levels. His expertise in navigating government policies and regulations has made him a sought-after voice in the field, influencing positive changes in housing policies and allocation of resources to benefit marginalized community. Boy, you know we need more of that. Remy's dedication to housing advocacy and community-driven change has earned him recognition and accolades from various organizations and government entities. His impact on the housing sector continues to inspire others to follow his lead, working towards a more equitable and inclusive society. And so we are honored to have Mr. Remy Jules with us today. And Remy, before we get into your topic, I want you to go ahead and take a minute to introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Well, obviously I introduce who you are, but tell us in detail a little bit more about your business before we get into our discussion for today. And thank you for coming. It is a blessing to have you here with us in the Black Business Network.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Hightower. I really appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. To everyone that don't know who I am, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are all over the world that are tuning in. My name is Remy Jules of Elect Housing Solutions. I am an advocate for those that specialize in housing. I am a community housing advocate, specifically for alternative housing in partnership with program-based housing programs. I am here in Austin, Texas, born and raised. One of the situations out here specifically that just drives me is just being able to change lives one community at a time. I have a thing of what I call is basically properties with a purpose. And that's what I'm here to advocate for today.
That's awesome, Remy. Well, thank you, my friend. And it is a blessing to have you, my brother. You are very much needed. I don't have to tell you that you're needed, but I just want to re-emphasize the fact that you are needed. And it's good to have you with us today on the Black Business Network. I want to ask you, Remy, because many people are not necessarily aware of exactly what it means, alternative housing. And of course, alternative housing versus affordable housing for low-income families. So if you could share with us, elaborate on that, Remy, what is that? And tell me, I'd like to know specifically, how did you get that calling? Because what you do is a calling. It's not just something you just went to the unemployment office and says, yes, I think I'd like to do that. You know, I know it was something that you were literally called to. So tell us about that, Remy.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you. Man, that's such a loaded question, and I'm happy to answer it. So obviously, take a look at our economic climate right now, right? You can just take a look at it, and you're seeing people being laid off every which way, every option, right? If you just look around you, you're just seeing people being laid off. And unfortunately, that leads to people not being able to sustain their living, people not being able to actually be able to keep their homes, right? So they're being evicted, they're being having to live on the streets, they're having to basically reach out to some type of organization for sustainability, for some type of subsidy income, some type of rental relief. And so I've always wanted to get into real estate, and I really believe that I was commissioned by God to be a solution to these communities by specifically purchasing real estate, dedicating them back to the communities in which I'm a part of. And I'm just so grateful to be here, to be able to educate people on what that actually looks like. So literally, no lie, what this basically means is you purchase the property and you reach out to an organization that aligns with your morals or values. If you're a veteran and you have a heart for veterans, you can dedicate that to veterans. If you have somebody that specializes that are recovering from alcohol and drug abuse, right? You can actually get a property and find an organization that actually gets grants or grant funding that can support their housing. Believe it or not, a lot of these organizations, they may have the supportive services. So that could be workforce, that can be even stabilizing services, but nothing even on the housing component. And unfortunately, a lot of these people, especially when it comes to our felons that are going through reentry programs, they don't have any type of sustainability. They're trying to avoid those environments which they came from. And I wanted my properties to be a testament to that, which is why I call it properties with a purpose, being able to purchase properties and then dedicate them right back to the organizations which supports those communities and those disenfranchised individuals.
Properties with a purpose. That's what you call it?
Yeah, that's literally my thing. I call it properties with a purpose, program-based housing, because if you think about it, most people, they get into properties specifically for passive income, right? They're just looking to make extra money. But I'm saying properties with a purpose because it's beyond the purpose of just housing individuals. What if these individuals, so me, I'm a believer. I'm a man of God. So every property that I believe that comes across my desk, every property that I believe that I can go after, that it's an opportunity there to really give somebody a sense of comfort. I mean, every building is not a home. Let's be honest, right? Every house is not a home, right? So what if we can provide a sense of sustainability, a sustain of comfort, a welcoming, inviting community with other individuals that identify with your struggle or identify with your journey of life that you've been walking through, and be able to provide a sustainable environment, drug and alcohol free, basically peaceful, right? And that's the goal. That's why I call it properties with a purpose, because it's beyond just trying to make money or just trying to house individuals. You're literally housing individuals with the hopes of them sobering up, with the hopes of them getting forward in life, with the hopes of really just moving forward with whatever they need. And you know what I mean? Without having to deal with the issues of life that they left or that they came from, right? So
yes,
just trying to provide that.
I love that, Remy. I wanted to ask you too, because this is something what you're doing now, and again, I identify it, and you've confirmed it, that it's a calling on your life,
Yes,
right?
right.
So
Yes, sir.
what are some other traditional housing options, like apartments and single family homes? What are some traditional housing options that you can see are gaining popularity as it relates to this alternative housing solutions?
Oh,
What are some
yes.
other things that people can do that are somewhat in sync with what you do?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful question, Ms. Dr. Hightower. So two things I'm noticing. I'm seeing, because of the affordability crisis and because our economic climate at right now, we're seeing more and more people go into shared living or shared housing. So this is basically the roommate model, right? Where people are, especially baby boomers, those that can afford to go into a nursing home or an assisted living facility, you're having more and more family members opting out of the nursing homes. I got a prime example right now in San Antonio. A colleague of mine, she has a 4-bedroom home, and there was a couple. There was a family, elderly couple. They were paying $20,000 a piece for care.
Oh wow!
Now, yeah, $20,000 a piece for care. So that's $40,000 a month in a nursing facility, when you can actually just be able to dedicate a property to these families. She was able to negotiate an agreement with the families to take the family members out of that nursing facility. Now they can afford care at $5,000 each. In a really nice neighborhood. They can afford around the clock care, because apparently there was some negligence there also as well, which is another reason why they was looking for an alternative option. And then look at the affordability option there. And then also she's making passive income, right? So that's properties with a purpose. You're seeing more and more people going to alternative forms of housing, whether it be RVs, whether it be through tiny homes, whether it be through actually transitioning vehicles. I've seen people turn buses, they're actually converting buses and school buses and things of that nature into some type of sustainable living on their land. But what I wanted to do specifically with me was, you're seeing so many properties for sale right now. And unfortunately, even with the Airbnb model, a lot of people are not traveling as much as they used to. So you're having people suffer, right? And so certain markets, specifically here in Texas and in areas like New York, they're starting to regulate Airbnb, or just getting rid of it altogether. So then that leaves people that have purchased properties with the business model of Airbnb. Well, what are they going to do? Right. So now, if they can't operate, if it's technically considered illegal to operate in that zone, in that region, in that zip code, that leaves people like me to come in and say, hey, I have an alternative solution. Hey, I have partnerships with different people in the city, different organizations, whether it be Red Cross, whether it be Goodwill, whether it be the Urban League, any community homeless coalitions, the VA program for our veterans, something like that. And what we can do is we can sign a long-term lease, or you can allow me just to take over the property altogether, where I can purchase it to you for at least to own or subject to. And guess what? We can house these individuals. We can allow the passive income to still flow, without compromising, making any without compromising your morals or values of trying to provide sustainable living for those individuals. Right. And guess what?
Remy,
yes, sir.
And please excuse me for cutting you off, because that was my next question for you. Sustainability. sustainability is everything. It's one thing for accessibility, right?
Yes.
We get a person in, especially when we're talking about senior citizens, those who are dealing with substance abuse. Accessibility is one thing, but sustainability is everything.
Yes.
So my question for you, my brother, is how do we have these wonderful alternative housing options that you're speaking of? How does this contribute to more sustainable and eco-friendly living and lifestyle?
Yes, sir. Well, the first thing is affordability. That's really what it comes down to. Being here in Austin, and I can only speak from my perspective, right? So being here in Austin, for a lot of people that don't know, Austin is the new Silicon Valley of the South, right?
Yes.
And what has happened is, so it's because so many tech companies has migrated here from California and other places. Unfortunately, it has priced out a lot of the natives, such as myself. I actually live 30 to 40 minutes outside of the city. Yet it has provided an opportunity there for those. I mean, we see gentrification, we see all these issues that we're very, very familiar with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what that does is it provides an opportunity for people to either do, like I mentioned before, a shared living situation where either somebody can still want to be, you know, especially for those that are, you know, somebody that's single, right? You know, a student, young adult, you know, something like that, that is may not can afford an apartment, may not can afford a house by themselves, but is okay to renting a room. Or for those disenfranchised groups that may need to, that may are seek, you know, let's just say they're working with a reentry program and the office is in the inner city. Well, in the inner city, unfortunately, we know that there's a lot of unaffordability in the inner city. Well, they may need to be near a bus line or something like that. Well, they may not have, you know, reliable means of transportation. Well, guess what? They could either rent a room or rent a bed, because unfortunately, if you look at these hotels and motels, they're charging anywhere between $400 to $600 per week, where we can allow them to pay anywhere between anywhere from $100 to $160 per week at $25 to $35 per day, depending on the market and depending on the area.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that is excellent. That is a significant decrease when we're talking about what's necessary for a person to live, because yeah, the hotels, even the hotels that'll give you specials, it can be really tough on people that don't have at least a modicum of increase in their income. If they're just dealing with that fixed income, that could be really, really detrimental.
Absolutely.
So with that, because I love what you said, Remy. I love that you talked about the affordability aspect, and that part is super important. So my question for you is, what about tiny houses? Because when we're talking about affordability, we're talking about coming up with that big, huge down payment and such.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are just intimidated with the thought of like, wow, well, I don't know if I even need that much house. So now we've seen an influx of tiny houses coming into the market.
Correct.
People are actually even building tiny home communities. And so my question for you, since this is gaining such a great deal of attention, what are the advantages and or the challenges of living in a tiny house? And who do you think, Remy, from your professional perspective, who do you think that this is most suitable for? Would it be senior citizens? Would it be people who are like homeless veterans who have mastered the ability to do a lot in a small space? Who do you think, Remy, is it most suitable for?
Absolutely. So yes, you're seeing a larger and larger influx of people downsizing to the point to where even builders have even taken the model to downsize, right? So you're starting to see less of 1,1600 square feet, and you're seeing under 1,000 feet. You're seeing 700 feet. You're seeing 396 square feet. But who I believe that can benefit from this the most, in my personal opinion, are the homeless. And the reason why I say that is because when you look at other cultures, when you look at other creeds, when you look at other nations, they take pride in not having homeless people living on the street begging.
Right.
They take pride in that. And unfortunately, I wish the U.S. adopted that model because they are, there's an issue there. That's a discussion for another day. But the whole goal is, what can we do to, in my personal opinion, we can't call this the land of the free and the home of the brave when we still have people on the street begging. Right.
Absolutely.
It just doesn't make any sense. And, if we can say no child left behind in education, well, we should say no individual left homeless. you know what I mean, without a home, without a roof over their head. And so I really believe they can benefit the most because, believe it or not, a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of homeless, they have income. They just don't have enough to live in the standard means of living in most, especially if people are migrating. Big tech companies are coming here, a lot of people, and even including myself, we're judgmental, like, why don't they just get a job? But as I got into this space, I began to see they may not have the skills, they may not have the mental capabilities in the sense of mental sustainability. They may have some type of disability. They may have some type of addiction. They may need the support. They may need the help. They may not know who to find to help them, right? So in order to truly be a solution and really take advantage of the opportunities that are presented here, I really believe that the tiny home concept and even alternative housing concept I have a specific group, a couple of groups actually, are veterans that struggle with mental health or behavioral health. I believe battered women. So these are women that are leaving domestic abuse or escaping some type of sex trafficking. Definitely kids that age out of foster care. That's a big group. Another group is SFOs, which are sex offenders. There's a lot of sex offenders. Unfortunately, they made some mistakes when they were younger and they're marked for life and they always have to register. And guess what? They're not welcomed in certain neighborhoods. So if they're not welcomed in certain neighborhoods or certain feet of a community or a school, that's the term, registered sex offenders, RSOs. Where can we put them? We just gonna leave them on the street? That doesn't make any sense either. That's inhumane. These are still individuals that need to live. They need some type of roof over their head. They need some type of covering. And so I believe that's what I believe. Truly what I believe, that the housing, these particular housing, these tiny homes could be a support to them, as well as getting some land and creating those tiny home communities for those individuals.
That is absolutely brilliant, Remy, because when I think about it, alternative housing, and you are educating us. This is tremendous. This is a mini masterclass you're giving us today. And when I think about one of the unique aspects of alternative housing is, of course, its diversity. And so we talked about the tiny homes. Can you share with us, Remy, some of other creative or innovative ways that we can utilize other types of housing concepts other than the tiny homes or tiny home villages? Those are awesome. But what are some other things that perhaps creative people that are listening to us today that may, other than getting a big Partridge Family bus and creating the house out of that, but what are some other things that we can use? Talk about that diversity.
Yes, absolutely. So right now, me and my team, my initiative, we are currently going after abandoned buildings. We're going after abandoned schools. We're going after dilapidated properties, specifically in the Midwest. We're looking in Racine, Wisconsin, the Milwaukee area. We're looking in the Cleveland area right now. We're looking in the Detroit, Michigan area, metro area, where there's a opportunity there to turn a lot of those abandoned buildings, dilapidated buildings, because what happens is this is what a lot of people don't know. These cities will put these on a demo list. So they will be demolished to some degree. So there will be a lot available. Well, what if the city can dedicate those properties to an organization that's willing to change the face of, or change the conditions of the homelessness in that environment or in that area? And so what we're saying is, hey, we could either get it at a discounted rate or the city can actually donate it. Right? Donate it to us. We can get all the experienced, licensed, permitted contractors and developers in the building in order for them to transition and renovate these homes to make them more sustainable, get them up to license, get them up to permit, get them up to standard to meet the city ordinances and city codes in order for them to be sustainable living environments and houses. That's one way. A lot of people are just completely going remote, right? And they're purchasing mobile homes at a rapid rate. A lot of people are leaving the traditional market altogether and going toward manufactured homes, right? I'm seeing more and more people going toward these what they call boxable communities. These are homes that are literally homes in a box that are actually already pre-assembled. These are pre-assembled homes, prefab homes that actually come with the plug-ins, with the plumbing already. Is all you have to do is make sure that if you're putting it on some land somewhere, they're not going to really allow it in the city or near, they're putting this near the city, but they'll probably want it in an area where there's land where you can actually put the necessary, you get the surveys in order. You can actually, get all the electrical wiring and all the hookups and the plumbing hookups that you need in order for it to be an actual sustainable community. So you're starting to see where people are getting out of the conventional way of housing and traditional housing because they just can't afford it in this market,
Right.
Not to get approved from banking loans and so forth and so on. So people have to get creative. And that's what I really would like to stress to our city and just say, hey, just let's be open to it.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier about co-living arrangements. You mentioned
Yes.
about co-housing arrangements being more common. We have seen that, especially since the pandemic.
Right.
My question for you, Remy, is what benefits do these communal living spaces offer, and what should people consider when they're choosing this option? What should be the vetting process, if you will?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, one of the benefits, in my personal opinion, is sustainability. Number two is security, right? And then two, a lot of the times when these people are coming in to these shared living environments or co-living spaces, they already feel judged, right? They already feel like they don't belong. They probably bounce from couch to couch, street to street, shelter to shelter. And if I can find somebody that identifies with my struggle or the walk or the journey that I'm at or the position that I'm in my life, it'll give me a sense of comfort. And if we can provide that comfort to them, obviously, in my personal opinion, that would lead towards steps of progress and being able to properly heal, right? They may want to, start a family. They may want to find, structured living by being disciplined enough to stay away from those narcotic or substances if they are drinking or have some type of, sober living situation, or looking for a job, right? Going back to school, getting certifications, whatever they can do to put themselves back into society to basically get back on track. And so I really believe that's what co-living can produce. That's what co-living can provide, because at the end of the day, co-living is still a temporary solution, right? Because there's more and more people that need help. And so the whole purposes of me is, if I purchase a property and I put them in a co-living situation, it gives them time to get where they need to go. So that way they can eventually graduate out, move forward, move on. But because of my partnership that I have with the city organizations, a Red Cross, a Goodwill, a Urban League, a Indian Community Homeless Coalition, the VA, well, guess what? I have a long-term partnership with them. Well, there may be another group of people that they need to service. So here comes the next influx, and here's an available bed. That's the goal, is to show the consistency of saying, hey, there's always a solution. There's always a supportive service that's there. Because a lot of these organizations, believe it or not, they don't have a housing component, but you can be that housing component for them.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, properties with a purpose.
Properties with a purpose. I love that, Remy. My dad, talking about a different type of option. My dad, God rest his soul, my dad was a longshoreman for almost 40 years. What his job was, he climbed way up in the air in the crane, this little tiny space capsule. And his job was, as a crane operator, to take these big, huge 40-foot containers off the ship and load it onto the docks down in LA Harbor. And so it's amazing to me that I'm starting to see these fantabulously built homes out of containers.
True.
That have been used to just go all over the world and travel on ships. And now people are using them from containers. And I mean, these houses are nice. I mean, real nice.
Yes.
I actually followed a couple of people on Instagram that are just doing amazing jobs with converting these containers, 20-foot, 40-foot, 30-foot containers, into homes. And so my question for you is, since this growing trend of non-traditional spaces and creating these homes are now becoming more and more popular, share with us, Remy, some examples of successful conversions of these types of homes or other alternative types of homes that you have seen work really well and benefit people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So One of the things is, I mean, you're seeing them actually convert these tiny homes, and the reason why they actually went to containers specifically is because of what's going on with the material. You're seeing more and more materials are getting more expensive.
Yes.
Yes, and unfortunately, a lot of these materials are not
not up to snuff.
Not sustainable. There's really no
Right.
longevity there. They have
Right.
great presentation, but don't let a storm hit. It'll huff and puff and literally blow your house down.
Yeah,
So
the big bad wolf and blow that synthetic house down.
exactly. That big bad wolf of a storm, right? That's all
Yeah.
it takes. And
Right.
so that's why a lot of people, if you notice, you're seeing a transition where people are looking into. Before we go into alternative, let's look at how the habits and how things are being shaped.
Okay.
When I look at an HGTV show, you're seeing how people are intentionally going after older homes because of the charm.
Yes.
But what they're not saying is, we love the security. We love the fact that it's all brick. We love the fact that one thing I also hear from a general contractor's perspective, from an investing perspective, they'll say, "Oh, this house has good bones." Why does that matter? That matters because is my house weatherproof? I can have a smart house, because that's how they sold me and my wife. Hey, your house has all the state of the art. It's solar panels, solar shingles. It'll save you money. But one of the things that they don't talk about is if a storm hits or just the acclimation of the weather. Literally 2 years ago, we were stuck in a not necessarily a blizzard. Texas didn't have a blizzard, but it was one of those issues where the weather got so cold, we had no power. Where was the smart at? No smart was operating because we didn't have power to operate. So what that led to was the traditional homes that had the fireplaces, that had the firewood, and that was near it actually created a warm environment, even though these people didn't have power. We didn't have power because everything in our house was electrical.
Right.
So, Austin suffered greatly. But not going on a tangent, but the point that I'm making here is that people are intentionally going after alternative forms of materials specifically for that purpose. They're looking at longevity, they're looking at sustainability, they're looking at security. And then at the same time, right near me, there's a community of it's a 3D printed home community. 3D printed homes community. And what I mean by that is that they are using recycled materials. Hear me again. They are using recycled materials mixed with cement to make a sustainable living not a tiny community, a sustainable living community. Selling top dollar for these homes. You know why? Because they're finding out after more research that these are more eco-friendly. They're finding out that these homes are more what's the term that they use? They use a term that as far as waste goes, it's not very wasteful. You don't have to worry about large shipments of wood or cutting down trees and things of that nature.
The term is more eco-friendly.
Yeah, literally eco-friendly in all aspects of that word. Right. And so I think that we are in a place where people in the traditional living sense have to we created a renaissance, right? Mm-hmm. So what can we do and what do we need to provide our communities in order for them to still thrive and live without having to compromise the dollar bill, right? Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, we've compromised the dollar bill to where people don't have quality homes, but now we're seeing a large innovation take place and a large intuition take place of people just having to do whatever they feel like they need to do in order to create a better quality of life.
Wow.
Yes,
Remy,
sir.
This has been amazing. I am so grateful to have you. I said eco-friendly. Maybe it's the proper pronunciation is eco-friendly.
Eco-friendly.
Yeah, you say tomato, I say tomato.
Right. I'll track it.
You say base, I say Voss, whatever. Remy, tell everyone how we can reach you. We're going to have to wind down now. I can sit here and listen to you for a whole nother hour, Remy, because this is amazing information and
thank you.
Very necessary information to all of our listeners, no matter where you are in the spectrum, whether you are on the provisionary level or if you are the one who's in need. But Remy, tell everyone how they can connect with you. Where can they find you? If someone that may want your services or want to partner with you, how can we connect?
Absolutely. So you can actually find me on Instagram. I promise you, family, I'm not Hollywood. I'm easy. I'm reachable. You can find me at Remy Marcel _ on Instagram. You can actually find me on Facebook as well at Remy Jules. But at the same time, regarding my initiative, you could go to electhousingsolutions.org. Then on Instagram, we are also Elect Housing Solutions at Elect Housing Solutions, all one word, all lowercase. And then feel free to email me at info@electhousingsolutions.org.
info@electhousingsolutions.org.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, Remy, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Black Business Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Remy Jules, make sure you connect with him because this gentleman is doing phenomenal things and we all need to be a part of it. Remy, thank you for joining us, my brother. All right, family. Well, listen, here at the Black Business Network, we have other incredible guests that we are hosting today. And for all of you who are business leaders, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, corporations, even if you are just a startup, this is the place for you. This is where you need to connect. So thank you for tuning in. Once again, I am Dr. Gerald Hightower, your moderator for today for the Black Business Network, and honored to serve here for this great vision. And today we also have our next speaker who's coming. And our next speaker for today is Mr. Kerry Willis. And Kerry is coming today to specifically to
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Well, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Gerald Hightower, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network that showcases Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community which shares its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote message for this segment is use mentorship as your success strategy. Our keynote speaker is Mr. Kerry Willis. Mr. Kerry Willis is the founder and CEO of HeyTie. HeyTie is the largest Black-owned app that aggregates news and podcasts from Black content creators around the world. Prior to HeyTie, Kerry founded College Health TV, which is the nation's leading and most trusted streaming service providing health and wellness programming for college students at colleges and universities in the United States. Before College Health TV, Mr. Willis maintained several roles at Deutsche Bank, including project manager and assistant vice president. Today, family, we are blessed to have Mr. Kerry Willis join us as our keynote speaker, and he is going to really share some incredible information with you that I believe is going to be life-changing for many of you. All right. So as we like to say here at the Black Business Network, genius is common. So I'm going to see you on the other side. Mr. Kerry Willis, it is an honor to have you here, sir. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me today. And, it's just a pleasure to be here.
Yes, sir. It is our honor. As I said, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side, Mr. Kerry.
Okay. So today, I guess I'll just kind of start giving you some background information, basically what kind of inspired me to kind of even launch and create this wonderful company that I have. The name of my company, as Dr. Hightower mentioned, is HeyTie. It's spelled Haytii. Hopefully you see that in the coverage here. What inspired me was, believe it or not, a lot of businesses were started during COVID. And HeyTie was actually one of those businesses that were actually started during COVID. I was sitting at home. Happened to be reading a lot of news and watching more TV than I probably ever have. And unfortunately, a news story had come across the screen that Kenneth Edmonds, I do want to recognize him and his name and the work that he did. He was the publisher and the grandson of the Carolina Times. And the Carolina Times was a local Black newspaper, Black-owned newspaper that was founded in the 1920s. It had been around for many, many years. It served the Durham community here in North Carolina. And it's an unfortunate situation, but he passed away in 2020. And I said to myself, man, here is a legacy paper that had been around from the 1920s, and they went out of business. And I said, let me begin to see, overall, how Black newspapers are doing, because it's oftentimes hard to find content from Black publishers when you look at news apps. And so initially, I actually had the opportunity to go to Google News. I clicked on Apple News and Flipboard and Newsbreak, and I began looking at all of these different apps, trying to figure out and find content from Black publishers. And I have to tell you, family, I wasn't that successful. I couldn't count more than probably 30 of them. And therein lies an opportunity, I said, for me to be able to build something. And that's how I pretty much kind of began the process of starting the Heytie app.
Well, Carrie, when I think about this app and everything that you've been achieving so far, I mean, this is amazing. And coming from Southern California, born and raised in Los Angeles, I think about the work that you're doing. And, I think traditionally people around the country, they think about the Silicon Valley, Northern California being the creme de la creme of technology. But here you are, you're doing the work in an incredible way. So thank you. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Tell us about what inspired you, what actually led you to develop this app. And when you're looking ahead, kind of 2-in-1 question, Carrie, when you're looking ahead toward the needs that are happening right now with the meta universe and all of these other wonderful things that are happening, AI, Chat GPT, and all of these wonderful things, how does Heytie play a role in that?
Yeah, so definitely I was inspired by the work that Kenneth Edmonds has done, but I was also inspired to myself because I said to myself, we don't have our own news app. We don't control our own technology. We don't have a platform that exists that highlights, Black media companies. I looked at, just like you, I looked at Android. I have 2 phones. I have an Android and an Apple. And right. I have these apps on my phone. And what inspired me is a change needed to happen. And I wanted to be part of the change makers in technology as a tech entrepreneur, to be able to change the game, to make sure that we didn't necessarily have to rely on Apple and Google and these other companies that exist to highlight, content that's coming out of our community. And truly, at the end of the day, the inspiration came from, I want to be able to make sure that our community stays in business, continues to thrive. And with the Carolina Times going out of business, I said to myself, here's an opportunity to drive traffic to publishers that a lot of people may know of, but also a lot of people may not know of. I can be able to drive traffic to them. I can be able to help them generate revenue. And so I wanted to be able to do that. And so we're bringing the latest and greatest technology with the app that we've developed. And this is, only the beginning for us.
Carrie, when you think about this flourishing community, the industry, I should say, of the media, what challenges do you perceive that are ahead of us? And what are the solutions that you want to happen? What are the solutions that you want to create to resolve those challenges in the media industry?
Yeah, so what I've seen overall, one of the biggest challenges, believe it or not, is the algorithms that are on some of these platforms. And
yes.
The algorithms that are on these,
Please talk about that. Please talk about that.
Yeah, definitely so. And so that's a very big challenge for content creators overall, specifically Black publishers and podcasters, but overall content creators. And so the algorithms that exist on a lot of these platforms are pushing content in your feed for the majority. And so as a result, there's some good quality content, like the Black Business Network,
Yes.
and others that are creating some amazing information and content and delivering this information. But unfortunately, it's not getting seen. And it's not getting seen because we are dependent, once again, on these major companies to put certain things in front of us. And they put things in front of us that they think that, the algorithm should put. And so I said to myself, it's time for us to kind of, own the tech, and to be able to make sure that that's actually reworked. And so that's one of the biggest challenges that I've seen in the industry, and I'm working to solve that. And that's why HeyTie offers an excellent solution to that problem.
Carrie, how did you choose the name HeyTie?
Yeah, so 7 years ago, I moved to North Carolina. I've been coming to North Carolina my entire life. My parents are originally from North Carolina, two small towns. And although I really didn't come to the Raleigh-Durham area until I moved here. And when I moved here 7 years ago, my wife and I, we used to go to Durham all the time. And then we started, we saw downtown, there was a plaque about, North Carolina's Black Wall Street. And then we started doing some more discovery and learned that, it became, North Carolina, if the folks don't know, North Carolina had the second Black Wall Street in the US. Before Tulsa existed, there were hundreds of businesses right here in Durham, North Carolina. And that particular area thrived, it flourished. It was basically downtown Durham was a haven for Black entrepreneurship. And they call the area where people lived and worked, they call that area HeyTie. They named it HeyTie after Haiti. The original name of Haiti was not H-A-I-T-I, it was H-A-Y-T-I.
Wow.
Yeah. And so, I actually was inspired while I was developing the app. I was looking for a name, and somebody happened to be selling the domain name HeyTie, HAYTI.com. And I said to myself, man, a 5-character domain name, those don't come up often. And it just made sense. And now, my goal is to, showcase and tell the world about North Carolina's Black Wall Street, but also let them know that I'm actually what I'm doing with this particular app as well.
Wow, Carrie, that is brilliant.
Yeah.
And you're educating us, you're educating me, certainly, maybe others are already aware about Durham, the Durham, North Carolina area being the first Black Wall Street, because most of us, we are, locked into Tulsa. We're locked into Greensburg, right?
Greenwood. Yep.
Greenwood, excuse me, Greenwood. And then, of course, if we saw the movie back in the day, Rosewood, which was a thriving community in Florida. So, yeah, thank you for educating us. Wow, this is beautiful. So, Carrie, I want to touch on that algorithm piece for a second, because as a content creator myself, and I know a lot of people would have this question as well, just my personal page alone, we won't even talk about the other pages I have on Facebook. My personal page on Facebook alone has over 10,000, almost 11,000 followers. Okay. It's a public page. It's a business page on Facebook. My question, Carrie, and I know a lot of content creators would want to know this, how do we maximize the audience that we already have without purchasing ads, which is what Facebook is pushing us to do? They want us to buy ads because they're saying, as you just wonderfully educated us, the algorithms are telling us what content the audience wants to hear. And I'm like, wait a minute, these 11,000 people are following me. They're not following you, so obviously they like what I'm doing. So what can we do, Carrie, to maximize our potential online and utilize the content that we are creating and kind of circumvent the algorithm system?
So I wish I had a better answer for you. And, but unfortunately, 10,000 users, whether you have 10,000, whether you have 100,000 users, just know that these companies, the Facebooks of the world, they're not pushing your content out to all of your followers. And it's an unfortunate situation where you are beholden to these companies. In order to actually push your content out, yes, you will have to drive traffic to that, unfortunately, you'll have to pay Facebook and what's called, you have to boost. And so for your content that you create, whether it's an article, whether it's a video that you actually publish, in order to get that across to more users, you have to pay to boost that content. And so, there's actually fees to be able to boost it to 100 people. There's fees to be able to boost it to 1,000 people, and so on and so forth. And so, because of that money involved to be able to boost to, your audience that's actually already following you, I actually said to myself, there's a better way to do this. And I wanted to ensure that Black content creators didn't have to spend all of this money to boost their content to their particular audience that's already following them. And so that's some of the reason why I actually built HeyTie, to kind of, bypass that situation with a lot of users spending all of this money to be able to drive traffic to their content that they're creating.
That's awesome, Kerry. So share with us, how does HeyTie actually work? Because we need to be coming over to the HeyTie network and kind of slowly, move away from some of these other networks and get involved more with HeyTie. So tell us, how does the app work?
Yeah, so it's really, really simple. HeyTie is a free app for users. It's available on Android and iOS. Just type in HAYTI in the App Store and you'll actually see the app. We actually work with publishers as well as podcasters who are creating some amazing content across the nation. But once again, their content oftentimes doesn't get highlighted. And so for the first time, when you come into the app, you will actually see at the top of the app, Today in Black History. And so I've always been passionate about Black history, and I wanted to make sure that it was kind of passed on to the next generation. And so that's the first thing you're going to see. And it changes every day. So hopefully you'll learn something new that happened in Black history today. Then below that, you'll begin to see news for the culture, and you'll see content from Black enterprise, from just a wide variety of different publishers who are on our platform, Cuisine Noir with food, and it goes on and on. And so all of it is curated. We have everything broken out by category. We have Africa, we have business, we have sports, we have politics. And so I wanted to make it easy for any user who was interested in getting access to content that's coming out of our community to be able to find that news and information, find those great stories, both good and bad, that's actually happening within our community. And so HeyTie is for all users, but at the same time, we highlight and we focus on, Black journalists, so Black news overall, that's actually taking place throughout the world. And so you'll have a chance to you can share content, you can even save content in custom folders. And so for the first time, you're not just saving content to a bookmark, you can actually name that bookmark and save it to a custom folder. So when you go back to it, you can be able to easily find that information that you want.
Wow. So once again, excuse me for sounding a little selfish, as a podcaster, as a content creator, Kerry, how can we use HeyTie to publish our content, get it out there to a greater space, and especially our target audience?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, I started with news, and we've have, over 100 Black publishers on the platform. And then we started talking to podcasters like yourself, who basically, we looked at Apple Podcasts, we looked at Spotify. Once again, I was scrolling through a feed and I didn't see a lot of, podcasts from Black podcasters. Mm-hmm. And so we have successfully aggregated over 2,000 Black podcasters all on one mobile app, along with news. And so when you go to the podcast section, it's curated as well. And so all of the content that you see is all curated. It all comes from Black content creators. And so you get a chance to highlight all of your content, all of your information. We as a company, to help, push your brand, we send out push notifications, the email newsletters that go out. And in addition to that, we publish or we post content socially ourselves across our social media feed. And so we are strictly a technology company. We don't create content, we don't produce it. Our sole goal is building a platform where Black content creators can have a world of their own to push their content out and let the world know, hey, we exist, we're here. And you don't have to, filter through to be able to find us. You can find it all in one mobile app.
This is awesome. So tell us, Kerry, what are some of the features that you offer publishers, content creators, and on podcasters?
Yeah, so part of the features that we offer them is, the capabilities to easily highlight their information. And so a lot of times publishers have, their content on their websites and they're posting content socially. that content still is not reaching a lot of mobile users. And so we highlight some of those news stories on a daily basis on the platform. At the top of Hey Ty, there's a top 10 section. And so the top 10 articles that are relevant, that are engaging, that are sort of top stories, those are actually highlighted. We work with actual publishers ourselves to, push some of their content. Oftentimes, the relationships that we have with publishers are, we have a news story coming out. We want to get this news story out. And so is there any way that you could be able to get this to your mobile users? And so we work with them to schedule push notifications. And so you receive push notifications to your phone on a daily basis. And so we push out some of those articles to make sure that we can drive traffic and obviously drive revenue to not only the publishers, but also the podcasters, to make sure that their content gets front and center. And so as a podcaster, oftentimes you're creating a new episode, but your new episode is not reaching your audience. And so with users who follow your podcast, they can be able to get notified of a new episode that actually happens, once you actually release that episode on the platform. And so we're working with those tools to make sure that your content is just not sitting on the app, but it's actually being pushed to be able to get to those users who are obviously following you and then engage with your with the work that you're doing.
Kerry, this is exciting, man. You got me pumped up over here. Listen, I'm signing up for Hey Ty today.
Right.
Soon as I get off, as I get off the ad, I continue doing my job. But I will be coming on and getting with Hey Ty. So you have a new brother, a new subscriber to the app. I'll be getting on.
Thank you.
What are some of the challenges that you've encountered? What are some of the obstacles that have tried to impede your progress with the growth of the app?
Yeah, I have to tell you, it's been a big effort to be able to launch this app. Obviously, launching a app, involved with technology, there's just so many hurdles that you have to go through when it comes to development, when it comes to testing. And so we've gone through a lot of those different hurdles. Obviously, one of the biggest hurdles also is access to capital. And so a lot of personal capital has been put in to be able to, develop the app. But this has just been a labor of love, to be able to make this investment into our community to make sure that we're getting the best, the best tech behind this. And so, it's been a labor of love. But like I said, the hardest part has been building the technology. As costly as it is, having a development team and having, the testing environment to be able to do this. But we've actually done it. And since we've done it, we know that can be done. And there's so much more that can be done because we control the platform now. And so there's a lot more features that we plan on adding to help out our content creators. And then overall, just to kind of stay in line with our mission of the company itself.
So Kerry, with the management and the maintenance of the app, I want to kind of bring you in because I'm sure you're familiar with the platform of Periscope. Periscope, which was owned by Twitter, started in 2015, was actually the first really powerful live streaming app out there. Periscope was before Facebook was, Facebook Live and Instagram Live, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that platform went away, even though it was owned by Twitter, Kerry. The Periscope platform went away. And what they told us, the Periscope community, was that it went away due to a lack of tech support to continue to manage the growth. And of course, the platform was exponentially growing because it was so unique. I mean, they had summits, global summits. I even was a part of a global summit that they had in January of 16 in San Francisco. It was phenomenal, met people all over the world. I can see that. I can foresee that happening for Hey Ty. My question for you is, with some of the obstacles that you've mentioned, what can we do to support you for the continual growth of the Hey Ty platform, of the app? And what are some of the things that you can foresee that needs to be done to ensure sustainability?
Yeah, so in terms of support, thank you for that question as well. First, I would say download our app by going to heyty.com or going to the App Store and typing in Hey Ty. The second thing I would tell you is you'd be surprised. This one simple little thing changes the game for us. rating us in the App Store, giving us a 5-star rating in the App Store, because the App Stores have an algorithm as well. And so when you type in certain keywords like news, like podcast, your app appears at the top based on the ratings that you have in the App Store. And so I tell people all the time, not just download us, but give us a rating in the App Store. And so that kind of goes a long way. Ultimately, we want to stay in business, and this longevity piece is important to us. And so it's not just those two things. It's also to post content socially, right? To post about, I just downloaded the HeyTie app. Give your experience about that. In addition to that word of mouth at the end of the day. I mean, so many businesses in our community have been successful by getting the word of mouth out. And so in our app, we have the capabilities for you to refer a friend. We want to make it easy for you so you don't have to do a lot of hard work. And so as soon as you launch the app, there's a notification box that comes down that you can be able to click on to be able to refer, HeyTie to a friend of yours. But we also have that on the About Us page as well. And so we want to make it sure that this, in terms of longevity, that we stay in business for the long haul, and we'll do whatever we can to make it easy for you to be able to kind of get that message out to your friends and family also.
That's great. That is really, really great. My follow-up question with you on that, Carrie, you really shared with us about the importance of making sure that we give a rating. And I want to speak this to our audience here at the Black Business Network. Family, make sure that you always give a 5-star rating, okay? The highest one,
yes.
All right? Because people are quick to criticize, but slow to compliment,
yes.
All right? So we know that our brother, Carrie, is doing a phenomenal job with the HeyTie app. It's going to be growing, so make sure you go in there and give a 5-star recommendation, all right?
Thank you.
That said, the new term for us as business owners, Carrie, is collaboration is the new currency. My question for you is, what collaborations are you involved in or are you interested in? And is there an opportunity for partnerships with regards to the HeyTie app?
Absolutely. I cold call myself. So, the publishers that are on the platform, a lot of them have heard from me directly. And most of them have, pretty much the majority. And so my goal is to reach out to them to make sure that they know that HeyTie exists as a platform to be able to promote your content. And so I do that all the time. And I'm open to having as many partnerships as I possibly can to be able to help and grow this business. I know I can't do this alone. And so this is a collaborative effort overall. What I will tell you is that on the podcast piece, because there's so many podcasters that exist out there, I actually just established a relationship with the Black Podcasters Association. And so it's a national association that is representing podcasts and their interests. And they have webinars. They have, a lot of different, informational and educational events. They work with, Afros in Audio to have, they had this year their 5th annual podcast conference. It was called Afros and Audios in Baltimore. I was there.
Oh, wow.
I was there as one of the speakers. And so HeyTie is the official app for the Black Podcasters Association. And so I'm working with that association to make sure that podcasters around the world know about the HeyTie app. And those podcasters also can be able to place their podcast on HeyTie to be able to get greater visibility and listeners to their particular podcast. And so I'm proud about that partnership. And, I'm looking to establish other partnerships as well with other national organizations along the way.
Sir, you have no idea how excited I am. I'm doing my best to maintain my composure. This is so exciting. This is incredible. One of the reasons why I moved from Los Angeles to Atlanta, other than my primary mandate for being here, but one of the reasons that inspired me was the wonderful network of Black business owners that actually work together and want to see each other win. It's something that doesn't really exist as strongly in the Los Angeles area. But I want to ask you, Carrie, what is the long-term vision for HeyTie? And how would you like to see HeyTie evolve? What would be the ultimate, if you had your druthers, what would be the ultimate objective that you would like to see HeyTie accomplish?
Well, I'll tell you two things. The first, and this is just from me looking at the marketplace and talking to publishers, talking to podcasters. And so one thing that I see is that they need distribution, and so I'm helping with that distribution. But also, these are times now where individual users can be able to financially support their podcasters by making small donations, and those small donations go a long way once they add up. And so one of the long-term goals of HeyTie is to have our own support button or feature inside the HeyTie app, where anybody, any mobile users who is following a podcaster, following or reading from a publisher, they can be able to financially support that publisher, and that transaction is actually handled by HeyTie. And so I want to make sure that publishers can be able to stay around, not just generating money from advertising dollars, but also generating revenue from donations that come in. And I want to be able to build the tech to be able to handle those transactions. And so that's one of the first or long-term goals that I'm looking to be able to do. And I'm looking into that for 2024. And so long-term, I will tell you, the name HeyTie is basically named after Durham's Black Wall Street. And so I really see the HeyTie app turning into a digital Black Wall Street. We've successfully aggregated news. We have successfully aggregated podcasters. Why not successfully aggregate Black business? And so where you can be able to come, you can read news, you can listen to podcasts, but you also can be able to shop and purchase products and services from Black businesses. I want to make it easy. Instead of, once again, during the holidays, I get an email or something shows up in my feed for, the 10 Black businesses. I want to see them on a daily basis. And so that's sort of some of the long-term visions that I have for this particular company.
Okay, Carrie, you mentioned that one word that many of our people love to do, shop.
Yes.
So my question is, what are some of the monetization strategies, or do you have any monetization strategies for the HeyTie app? How can people benefit from that?
Yeah, so today, HeyTie, our company today is monetized with advertising. And so as you scroll through looking at news, as you scroll and listen to podcasts, there are ads in the actual app. And that's how HeyTie is monetized today. But I want to tell you how we also make money for publishers and podcasters. And so for publishers, when you actually click on any article, we push you out to that publisher's website. It might be seamless to you as a user reading an article, but believe it or not, we're pushing you out to the publisher's website, where the publisher has their own advertising and they can be able to monetize the mobile traffic that we send their way. And so it's a win-win for us, but it's also a win for our publishers because we're driving traffic to their existing websites. Now, for podcasters, what happens is that podcasters often, today I'm not really able to help them monetarily in terms of monetizing their platforms, except for sending listeners their way. And so if they have their own ad networks connected, before your podcast plays, you might say, today's podcast is brought to you by X. And so I drive listeners to your podcast so you can be able to obviously generate revenue from the listeners that we send your way. But at the same time, some of the long-term things that I'm talking about with the Black Podcasters Association as well is how can we be able to help them monetize and not just have them to be able to sell, but we can be able to sell on their behalf. And so those discussions are actually happening now behind the scenes. And so as we're looking to kind of grow and scale this business up for all content creators, I'm finding that, there are other opportunities that exist to be able to help out our content creators to be able to generate revenue. And so we might be able to tap into some of those things as well.
Beautiful. Carrie, my question with regards to that, because I love what you just mentioned, you mentioned about the importance of remembering what is the purpose of HeyTie, why essentially you were given, God giving you this great vision for HeyTie. And with that said, my question is, for the listeners that are here in the Black Business Network, those that are listening to us online, how can we support you in addition to, of course, downloading the app and going into the store, making sure we're getting it? And ladies and gentlemen, again, as Carrie said, it's available on both Apple and Android. So Android users, we're not left out this time. Right. Usually Apple gets it and we have to wait 3 to 6 months before we can download it. But the Black man has got it all in there. Praise God.
Thank you for highlighting this once again. I would tell you that that support comes from, like I said, day to day. It's not just downloading; it's making Heytie a part of your day. When you wake up in the morning to look at news, don't just look at Apple News or Google News or these other news apps. Go to Heytie.
We can go to Heytie
when
News.
you think about when you look at sports, when you thinking about what's happening for the weekend, you want to find out what's going on. Go to Heytie. I want to be that app of choice for users that are interested in listening to a podcast. Yeah, you can go to Apple Podcasts or Spotify, but guess what? You won't find, we make it easy for you to find what you're looking for from our community. And so support Black content creators. Come to our app. We built the technology for you. We spent all of this money. We worked and I've tested this and I've gone through the tests and I've reached out and talked to our community and I wanted to know what our community wanted. And so that's what I'm building. And so I want to talk to you about some of the customization, just so you know that we're building stuff for our community. In the podcast section inside of Heytie, you will see something that you'll never see on another podcast platform. You'll see topics and categories like for my brothers, for my sisters. You'll see a category for Caribbean culture. These are things that you're seeing inside the app because of conversations that we've had with our members, our users, and they basically told us how they want the app built, topics that are going to be relevant for them, categories that are going to be relevant for them. And so I need your support. I just don't need your support to download the app and then just let it sit there. I need your support to use the app on a daily basis. And that's how this actually continues to thrive as a business overall, not just for me and my company, but for all Black content creators.
So Carrie, talking about the utilization of the Heytie app. So we can go to the Heytie app and we can look at what's going on with current news, world news. We can go to the Heytie app to find out what the weather is like for today. We don't have to go to the Weather Channel. We can go to Heytie and see what the weather is for your particular city around the world, right?
That is correct. So, and like I said, and on the podcast piece, remember, all of the podcasts are also curated as well, where, all of the categories that we talk about, news, business, sports, Caribbean culture, all of this stuff is sitting right there inside the app. And so you're getting the best of both worlds where you don't have to use two apps. And I'm going to call it out. With Apple, you have Apple News and they got an Apple Podcast app. Google has two apps. They have Google News and they got Google Podcasts. Guess what I did? I brought them all together underneath one umbrella, one app for all of your news, for all of our podcasts from our content creators.
That's the Black man bringing unity to the tech community.
Right.
Listen. So one of my followers, Carrie, just asked the question: is the Heytie app available in the Apple Store?
Yes, it is. Just simply go to the Apple Store and type in, as I mentioned, Heytii, and you will then be able to download the app very easily. It's a free app for mobile users. And I also want to say that we don't charge publishers or podcasters to be listed on the app as well. This is all about distribution, family. And I understand your pain. I understand your issues. And I wanted to make sure that we can be able to drive traffic. And that's the sole goal of the tech, why I built this particular technology.
Last question for you, Carrie, as our time, I could talk to you for a whole nother hour. But the last question for you, one of the greatest challenges is balance. How do you balance family life, balance life with your beautiful wife, and the other things that you have to do outside of Heytie? Share with us, because I'm sure that some of our listeners can use some of your wisdom on how you balance it all.
Yeah, so I balance it all by keeping a strong mental health with respect to, just believe it or not, for me, it's walking, it's taking vacations when I need to just to get a mental health break. It's spending time with my family, which is probably the most important part of my life. Those things are important to me. You need to, don't just, you've got to be able to balance everything that you do on a day-to-day basis, and not stress yourself out and not overwhelm yourself. And the other thing is that having a team is important. And often, that can be a difficult conversation, right? Building a team is hard. And it took me a while to be able to do it. And so sometimes now I have that balance in my life because I have a team behind me both personally and professionally, that support me through the trials and the ups and downs that we all go through. And I know we're getting ready to close out, but I do want to tell the folks that are listening, as an entrepreneur, I didn't get here by myself. I've had help along the way. There are organizations that I've worked with, like co-working spaces that have helped, provide some of the financing to be able to do some of the work that I've done. But all of that, I would tell you, has been a labor of love overall. But I'm happy to have mentors in my corner, and folks that I can be able to call when I need help as well.
That is beautiful. Carrie, this just in, since our founder, the great Dr. Kelly, is from Durham, North Carolina, I've been advised to let you know that you have been given, I've been blessed to have a little bit more time with you. Just in, this just in, oh my God. All right, so listen, this is great because I really wanted to continue this conversation with you. So listen, is it okay? Do we have a little bit more time with you?
Yes, I have a couple more minutes.
All right, cool. A couple more minutes. Okay, because I don't want to take no time from wifey, because listen, I'm coming to North Carolina.
Come on down.
I want to make sure that the queen loves me and receives me. It's like, yeah, you the man that kept my husband on there for an hour, and I told him he was supposed to be off by a certain time. I don't want to get in trouble. So, question for you. So, the technology, the technological aspect and the technological innovations. We talked about support. We talked about the need for utilizing HATI for multiple things. Right. So then one question I have for you, for those who are perhaps novices as publishers, as podcasters, content creators, share with us, how would you compare HATI, the HATI platform, to other social media platforms or other platforms such as Apple, the Play Store, or even new up and coming platforms that we're seeing through Instagram, such as Fanbase and others? How would you help us to kind of understand that for those who are novices out there in the app space?
Yeah, so I do want to be clear with your audience as well. We are not a social media company. We don't have, I've avoided basically the communication in terms of comments and everything that actually comes with that. And managing that can be a very difficult task.
Yes.
And I get enough hate mail as it is, so I don't even want to think about introducing that inside of HATI. But what I will say is that what we've done is that when you think about, if you use a news app today to read news, if you think about a podcast app to listen to podcasts, we are a solution that basically doesn't exist. And so we're the first Black-owned app to integrate news and podcast all together underneath one mobile app. And so that my goal is to continue to grow the number of news organizations, media companies that we have on our platform. In addition to that, our goal is to grow the number of podcasts that exist on our platform, to make sure that, once again, this app is global. It can be, you can listen to this app in countries around the world. And so I'm also going to be pulling in content. The goal is to pull in content from Black content creators that are around the world, not just here in the US. And so I want to make sure that we offer an all-in-one solution, because oftentimes, like, as I mentioned, we had these discussions early, that when I was looking at these apps, it was hard to find content from our content creators. And I'll tell you, I'm from, originally from New York. And I grew up reading Amsterdam. Yeah, I'm originally from Brooklyn, and I grew up reading the Amsterdam News and the Daily Challenge and Black newspapers. When I left, I can't find them in my Instagram feed. I can't find them in my news feed. And I said to myself, why is that? Why is that? Why that's a problem? And so the Amsterdam News is on HATI. The LA Sentinel is on HATI. And so these are Black publications that have been around, for some of them, for over 100 years.
The LA Sentinel?
Yes. Yes.
Hey, come on. Shout out to my city, LA, the Sentinel.
Yeah. So That's what I want to make sure. I want to challenge your listeners, and I want to tell them support Black journalism. And the way to be able to do that is to use the Heytai app. Yeah, they don't have the best tech, but they're creating content in your community. They're listing events, they're listing news that's happening in our community, and oftentimes those stories don't get highlighted unless it becomes a major, story. But there's things happening in our community all the time. And so you can be able to read those, you can be able to listen to those, and now you can be able to find them in a easily all-in-one solution, and by using the Heytai app to be able to do that.
Oh, wow. That's awesome, Kerry. You listen, you already had me won over. Okay. And now you're telling me about the Sentinel newspaper in Los Angeles. We've always had two major news. The Wave newspaper was number one and Sentinel was number two, but Sentinel continues and Wave newspaper is gone. So congratulations on that. What a beautiful partnership.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of partnerships, Kerry, what notable organizations or businesses are supporting the Heytai app, and what would you like to see in the continuation of those collaborations and partnerships?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, because I'm here in the Durham area, this is specific probably to this area. We have the support of, there's an organization called American Underground. If you're in the North Carolina area, it's a co-working space who has provided us with technology credits when we were just starting out to help us build. We probably received, in excess of over $20,000 in technology credits through some of their tech partners that are associated with them. There is another co-working space here called Provident 1898 that we're affiliated with. We work with them also. They made introductions for us and helped us along the way as well. And then I'll mention NC Idea. It's a nonprofit organization here based in North Carolina. And I'm proud to say that, they offer grants to companies. And so we are fortunate enough to be one of their grantees. We just received the grant from them. And I do, work with other organizations as well. But those are three that I definitely want to highlight. And so they've been, tremendously, supportive in the mission and helping us continue to push and drive this message forward.
Awesome. That is excellent. Tell me, what is your daily source of inspiration? Quite naturally, when you're looking at the huge mountain that you have to climb with regards to your business, keeping a balance of family, keeping your own personal time so you can maintain your own personal sanity, and tapping into that creativity. What is the source for you, Kerry? What is the source of inspiration for you that keeps fueling your fire?
So the source for me is I love what I do. And this is all about supporting Black businesses, right? And so I myself on a daily basis, even if the app didn't exist, would still support Black business. And so I said to myself, this is just an easy way in terms of media to be able to, directly support our publishers without even doing a lot of work. I'm going to read news anyway. I'm going to listen to podcasts anyway. Guess what? Why not do it on my platform? Why not do it on the platform? Why not create a platform to make it easy for myself so I don't have to search all over the place and I don't have to use, multiple apps to do the work that I want to do or find the things that I want to be able to find. And so, I'm passionate about, the love that I have for our community, making sure that, we're able to thrive. It's very competitive. It's a very competitive space. But at the same time, there's room for us in this space. And there's room for us in this space is because, the technology that exists out here, as I mentioned, we're sort of beholden oftentimes to a lot of the large tech companies. And so we're not getting the customization that we need, and so that true service. And so, I talk to our customers as much as I possibly can. I want their feedback. I want to know what's wrong in the app. I want to know what could be done better. Once again, I say this is an app for our community. And so I'm building this for us. And so that feedback is actually really, really important. But I'm passionate about those conversations that I have with, whether it's a small publisher or a large publisher, whether it's a small podcaster or a large podcaster, how I can be able to work better to be able to, make sure that we grow together as a community. And that's the only way that this is actually going to be successful.
Kerry, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I kind of want to go back to it so that we really get this message across. How would you advise us to continue to amplify Black voices, Black podcasters, Black publishers, how would you advise us with the usage, the utilizing Heytie as an app? How can we as listeners, the average everyday people who are not podcasters, how can we help to push the Black business agenda forward and amplify Black voices?
So this is something that, I tell people all the time, it's you have to make this a part of your day to day, right? For me, I buy soap from Black vendors, or I'll buy lotion, or whatever the case may be. If you want to be able to support Heytie, I tell people this as well. In addition to using it on a day-to-day basis, you don't need to be a podcaster. You don't need to be a publisher. You have your own little social network, whether it's 100 followers, whether it's 1,000 or 10,000. You can push your message out by simply, copying Heytie, the domain name, drop it in your social media feed and say, you know what? I found a great mobile app. Check out Heytie. And so we all have a voice, thanks to technology, thanks to social media. But we can be able to leverage that voice to make sure that, we're able to highlight our businesses that are out here creating some amazing technology and products and services that exist. And we have to be that voice. And now we have that voice, using our social channels. And so we can be able to easily do that. Unfortunately, like, as I mentioned before, some of it might involve boosting, but even without that, we need to be able to make sure that we do this consistently, not just once or twice, but we have to be consistent about, our approach to how we spend our money and the things that we do.
Carrie, if somebody wanted to follow your footsteps, move along in this industry, and they see your vision and they would want to emulate you, what advice would you give them to start in, a starting ground to launch into this industry and be successful?
So I would initially, I'm going to give you some advice, and this is just advice that I've learned along the way. I've never pretty much had to step out in the forefront to have a business. And so now I'm out in the forefront. So I would tell people, be prepared to step out, be prepared to speak publicly. Sometimes, that's basically, people are shy oftentimes, and that might stop people from, pushing forward. But it's sort of a pain point that you've got to be able to get over to be able to push forward. And the other thing that I would tell you is networking. We all understand networking, the power of it, but it is true. There have been so many opportunities and things that have come along my way through networking, through basically going to a function, going to a conference, having a conversation, talking to somebody, letting them know what you're doing. And I know sometimes that can be difficult because you're like, I have something really strong. I have an idea and I don't know if I'm ready to give it up. But oftentimes people like me, are here to help. But we can't help if we don't know what you're doing and what you're working on. And so oftentimes, entrepreneurs that I have that I talk to, they need a little assistance. And if I can assist along the way, I'm happy to be able to do that. I'm proud to sit on some boards as well. And so where I can be able to lend, my expertise, I'm happy to be able to do that also.
Awesome. Carrie, I'm an avid reader like you are. And I wanted to ask you a 2-in-1 question, if I may.
Sure.
And I know you gotta get ready to go. I'm so grateful for you sharing your time with us today. So my 2-in-1 question is, what is a favorite quote of yours?
Okay.
All right. And then the second quote, 1A to that question is, who is your favorite author?
Okay. So favorite quote would be by the great Benjamin Mays. Every man or woman is born into this world to do something unique and distinctive. If he or she does not do it, it will never be done. And so that's how I feel about myself in terms of what I've done. This is very unique, and this was something for me to be able to create. And instead of actually an author, I'll mention a book, because I want to share this book that has inspired me. And I actually often buy this book and give it out to other people often too. And that book is Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice.
Dr. Dennis Kimbro.
Yes. And so that book has been able to give me strength, inspiration, And I actually make sure that I actually purchase that book. I purchase multiple copies from time to time to be able to share that book with other entrepreneurs and just people in general, because it's just a great book to read.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And one that I would recommend alongside that one is definitely like the Bible for us, right?
Yeah.
As business owners. The other one that I would highly recommend is Success Runs in Our Race by the great Dr. George C. Frazier.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Networking extraordinaire.
Yes.
And speaking of North Carolina, Dr. George C. Frazier will be bringing the Power Networking Conference, which Forbes magazine has rated the Power Networking Conference as one of the top 5 conferences in America, not just Black conferences,
right.
One of the top 5 conferences for all entrepreneurs. And so he will be moving to Charlotte, North Carolina for 2024, August of 2024. So I'll be connecting with you offline, Carrie, and telling you more about that. But definitely, I want to be a part of what you're doing with Hey Ty. I'm excited about this, especially as a podcaster, as a content creator, and an author. I'm super excited. And so I'll be not only being a part of your community, but I will be pushing. You can just make me a Hey Ty ambassador. Right. I don't know if I need to wear a Hey Ty flag or, if I need to wear a hat, a Hey Ty hoodie, you know what I mean? Whatever we need to do, Carrie, let's make it happen.
Let's do it. I'll get it to you. Don't worry about it. I'll get you dressed well. Don't worry about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, it is a pleasure. It is an honor to have you with us, Carrie. I so appreciate you. And I want to do this, Carrie, just on a personal note. Please tell me the proper pronunciation of your last name. Is it Wheelis?
You said it correctly. That is correct.
All right. All right. Good. All right. Good. Schoolhouse rocks.
Right.
Helps a brother out. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for being with us, Carrie.
Thank you.
Again, it's a pleasure. And listen, you are a true genius. And we appreciate you being a part of the Black Business Network.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we'll see you. And we're going to go to our commercials right now, to our sponsors, and we'll be right back on the other side.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those 4 corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know that our Black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all Black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us at www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show...
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Well, good afternoon. This is Dr. Gerald Hightower, and I am your host for today for the Black Business Network. And so glad to be here with you, family, today. We are at the Black Business Network. We support corporations, businesses, and entrepreneurs worldwide. And today, family, I want to give you a phenomenal speaker that we have for our next segment, because we have speakers here from all over the world, literally. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And so here in the Black Business Network, being a 24-hour business network, we showcase Black businesses, we showcase Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders around the world. Our next speaker for today is Felicia Ward. And Felicia Ward is going to give us some incredible information, as we've already been blessed with some great speakers, but Felicia Ward is going to top us off today. And I want to say welcome to the Black Business Network, Miss Felicia Ward. Genius is common. So glad to have you here with us today, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hightower, for having me. I am honored and proud to be here, be part of such a milestone occasion. It's so grand, and I think this is a perfect timing in the paradigm shifts that are happening throughout the world to talk about personal branding.
Yes,
so,
well, we are honored to have you.
Happy to be here.
So go ahead and take it away. Yes, ma'am. Honored to have you. Genius is common, as we always say here at the Black Business Network. So I'll see you on the other side, Miss Felicia. God bless you.
Thank you. So today I want to talk about the importance of personal branding. We are living in a time frame where in this nation, in the rest of the world, people are being bombarded by so many hundreds of millions of messages daily. What separates us is our personal brand. The advent of streaming, digital, and AI has compelled people to start looking at the importance of having a personal brand. Before I talk about the importance of a personal brand, I want to differentiate the difference between a personal brand and a company brand. So everyone knows what it's like to have a core message and a core philosophy if they've ever been an employee. More people are employees first before they ever start out to become an entrepreneur. The difference is when you're working for a corporation or a company or an entity, you're following the philosophy and you're in agreement and in alignment with that business. When you have a personal brand, you're making a personal statement about your alignment, either with the company, a brand, or just for yourself. So it's really important that you're in alignment with the company and that the company values and philosophies that you subscribe to with the company are part of your business plan. You, as a business owner, you are trying to underscore that you are in alignment with the company that you actually are working for. But if you're an entrepreneur, you now have the power to create a narrative for yourself on who you are, who you help, how you solve problems, what you believe, what is your mission, what is the value and the value proposition that you bring to the table. When you're an employee, you're not involved in those conversations. You just decide to actually subscribe to the philosophy of that company. But if you're an entrepreneur, which there are more of us, joining the entrepreneurial business space and realizing that there is power behind your own personal brand. Now, when you have a personal brand, it's not just based on what you like and what you think. You first have to develop what I consider to be a leadership mindset. Because you are a business owner and CEO of your own narrative, this is an opportunity for you to tell your story, to define your core beliefs, and to dig deep as to who you are and how you want to impact the world. And what I say is to be able to create a legacy for yourself, for your family, and what you want to aspire your company to do in having an impact. So in that mindset, you have to remember that you are the CEO of your own personal brand. So the first thing you want to be able to do is have some deep introspection. What do you want to be known for? What are you actually good at doing? How are you able to make a difference? Those are conversations that you have to have within inside yourself and have some deep thought. The second thing you want to do is don't only just rely upon your own understanding and your own beliefs. Make sure that you're in alignment with what you actually can produce and do. Therefore, you have to expand behind just what you think and ask other people. The first group of people, if you're thinking like a CEO, think about your brand ambassadors. Now, who are your brand ambassadors? Your family, your friends, people that are closest to you, that know you personally. What words would they use to describe you? How would they feel about contacting you for advice? Who calls you for advice? What are you known for within your community? Think about those things, because you want to be in alignment with what you actually can produce and do and be paid for, and what people know you for. Those key words of what people say, hey, she's a confidant, she's reliable, she's someone who's marketable, she's a genius. However they use to describe you, think about those key words, because that's going to be part of the market research and helping define your personal brand. Then you want to go to the next level of people, your peers. Your peers are instrumental and vital to how you're going to help perceive yourself, mirror yourself, convey your messaging. So in your peer groups, if you're involved in professional development, the people that you work with, your colleagues, institutions that you belong to, sororities, fraternities, whatever it is that you're involved in that expands beyond what your daily duties are, think about what your strengths are. Conduct a SWOT analysis on all of these things. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are the opportunities? And what are the potential threats? When you look at your peer group and how you're perceived and what you execute well and what you have a passion for, is it in alignment with what you want to actually be delivered and conveyed within your own personal brand? Then you want to look at the community. How are you going to impact your community, whether it be within your industry, where you live, or a cause or a institution that you want to support? When you look at that, that has a full impact. So you're looking internally, you're looking externally, you're looking professionally, and you're looking at your community. Let's face it, in today's environment, people want to know that you're concerned about the people, you're concerned about the planet, and you're concerned about profits. Profitability is one of the things that you want to consider as part of your personal brand. So what are the solutions that you actually solve? So now that you know who you are, what you believe and your core beliefs, what mission do you have? What's your objective here? And what problems would you love to solve within your community, within your personal belief system? What do you want to actually solve professionally? It's really important to define that. And what often happens is that when people are defining their personal brand, they're hiring someone from Fiverr, They're picking their favorite colors and their favorite fonts and thinking because something is pretty or professional looking that that is their personal brand. I can tell you that is not your brand. That is only a very small aspect of your brand. That's the identity of your brand and how people visually see your brand. But if you don't have core beliefs, a mission statement, vision about what you would like to achieve within your business, it's going to fall flat because you need to be able to deliver upon your brand promise. What is your big promise? When you see something advertised on television and it looks great, when you actually order it, what is your experience? If you don't deliver upon the experience and what people have anticipated for you to deliver and what you said you're going to deliver, you're not in alignment. So think about those things before you actually start talking about the visualization of what your brand is going to be. So before you have it looking beautiful, make sure that there's a foundation there, that you are subscribed and in full agreement with what you want your personal brand to say about you. It is the perfect time for you to put your personal narrative into your brand. Now I want to talk about your story. Everyone has an individual story. It's part of our DNA. Everyone has a different journey. What is your journey? What has it been? But don't just tell a story to tell a story that you were born on a farm at night. Make sure you're telling a strategic story, a story that is compelling, that draws people in so that they say, wow, I want to know more. So think about the different milestones that you achieved. Think about the different failures that you've had and what you've learned from those failures. Everyone can tell you that people learn from their failures more than they do from their success. I share with people as part of my story is that I went from a corner office making $120,000 a year to being laid off 4 times, reinventing myself 4 times, climbing back up the ladder and becoming an entrepreneur. And having all those different experiences and having to reinvent myself, I realized at some point that instead of reinventing myself, let me introduce myself. Introduce yourself. Define your narrative for your personal brand and think very strategically about how you would like that to be conveyed to other people. You want it to resonate with your ideal customer. How do you get to your ideal customer? By being introspective, looking at your core beliefs, looking at what problem you solve. That's all internal market research. But for your ideal customer, who is willing to pay for your advice, for your business solution, your service solution? Think about who your executive buyer is. Think about your local buyer. Think about a regional buyer. Who would want your services? Who would subscribe to what it is that you're not only selling, but also to your story? When you're able to interweave your personal story into what it is that you deliver, you will have a compelling offer that people say, wow, I want to know more. So people want to not know that you were born on a farm at night. They want to know that you were born on the only farm at night in the middle of a storm where you actually created the beginning of a brand new product that helped you, generate $10 million. That's a story people want to hear. People don't just want to hear how you overcome. They want to know that you've experienced all the levels of humanity. That's part of the introspection. Think about as your failures, what are the things that you experienced that brought you to lows and then brought you to highs? And what did you learn in between? That is all part of your personal story. Those different nuggets of information are vital to people so that they can feel that you're educating them, you're inspiring them, and you are creating something for them that they feel that they need to engage. They need to take action now. So think about that as part of your personal branding when you're putting it together, so that the next step, after you define how you were able to do what you did, create a framework for yourself So many people have a personal brand and they have a company, but if I ask them, what is their framework? I have a strategic leadership visibility framework. When people are trying to aspire to get to a certain place in life, no matter what their industry, my framework works. People, when they're introduced to the stage, they say next to the stage is the award-winning author of best-selling industry. They keep going. How are you going to get to those different levels? Well, people start out with peer engagement. So before you find out who your ideal client is, have you hung out with them? So don't just look at the numbers, because people are not numbers. People are human. How are you going to humanize your brand? So I did a post the other day and I talked about how to not be king dumb, as in a person that only stays in their tower of power and looks at numbers and makes decisions. As part of your personal brand, you want to talk about your human engagement. What are you doing and what have you done to personally experience the things that you're going to ask clients to do? When people are asking for their dollars, if you're asking for someone's dollars, you need to be able to speak in the keywords and the language that they speak in. You want to be on a planet where you speak their language, they speak your language, and you have now found your tribe. So you start out with professional development, because in professional development, you will eliminate imposter syndrome. One of the biggest problems as part of your mindset and working with personal branding is people say, I'm not a brand, I'm just a person. No, you are of value, you are worthy. So learn more about the industry that you want to be in by getting involved in professional development. When you're in rooms of professional development, it's an even playing field for everyone. No one knows anything, and we're all going to start from the beginning. You're going to meet peers in your industry. You're going to bond with them. You're going to remember the pain points and the challenges that you experience in learning something new. You're going to want to educate people and apply what you just learned and add that to your personal brand. You want to bring people on your journey as part of your creative storytelling and interweave what you learned, what you overcame, and remember the pain points. Because when you talk to people, they will tell you their pain points, their challenges, their fears, and their motivations. People don't buy products and services. People buy transformations, and people buy strategic shortcuts to get them where they need to go. Remember that. Strategic shortcuts, transformation. So in telling people about your personal brand, conveying your image of your personal brand, how are you solving problems for them in their language? What is most important in their language? Learning the language of your ideal customer is so key. So once you now have become authentic yourself and you're able to tell people about your challenges, your pain points, your motivations, and mirror that to what your ideal customer is going through, now you have my attention. You have drawn me in. Now tell me how you're going to be able to help me with your framework. What's different about your framework? What's different about the experience that you're going to deliver? These are all things that are part of your brand. It's not just the identity of the brand. People first have to know that you exist. That's the brand identity and the fonts and the things that you see. Then they have to be attracted to what you're saying. So next comes your message clarity. So once you've defined yourself as your personal brand, and then you have a compelling solution, you have a framework, you have to think about, what is your messaging? What is your messaging clarity? What are the key words that you're going to say over and over again? When I introduce myself, I say I'm a marketing, communications, and leadership development consultant. A lot of people don't know what that means. But when you tell people how you are able to help them, and I say I help servant and transformative leaders, and I help position them as industry thought leaders. That sounds great, but you can get it down even further by saying I help time poor servant and transformative leaders into industry thought leaders, people who don't have a lot of time. So if you're trying to get the soccer mom and you say, hey, are you overwhelmed? You're going to get a lot of people's attention. You need to define it and bring all of the people to the yard. And then you need to get even more defined as to how you're going to help them in this particular journey. And so once you have this authenticity about yourself, you're actually speaking in the language of your ideal customer, then you have to start delivering consistent content, valuable content. Provide me with insights, share stories, tell me something that I haven't heard where I say, because I want to be able to come back to your well of either knowledge, that's the education component, or I want to come back because you're telling me something about leadership, something that's going to help reinforce my foundation as a leader. You're telling me something that I want to follow. People want to follow. People follow leaders. So think about your thought leadership. Think about how you're going to help uplift your soccer team, your soccer moms. There's some gift that you have been endowed with that you think about how are you going to share and how are you going to uplift, how are you going to inspire, and how you're going to educate them. And then when you have a consistent message, a message with clarity, and you have your brand identity, and now you're delivering really good content, I want you to think about the things that you're going to do to connect to many people. So you connect to your ideal customer. Now, how can you talk to many people at one time? You want to speak more. You want to be conceived as a leader. You want to write and journal how you feel, what you think, how you're able to serve. When I tell people about their personal brand, think about service, not selling. One of the big advantages to having a personal brand is that you can have a personal conversation with someone. I'm not talking about products and services and solutions. I want to connect with the person and I want to find out what your priorities are. I want to find out your mindset. I want to find out how can I help you right now in this moment. I was able to get a huge client from talking to them and them telling me all about their moving. That was their number one priority. That was what held over their head. Someone else's biggest problem might be that they're worried about mergers and acquisitions. When you're talking to someone and they seem diverted, they seem consumed by something, find out what that is. You being a human and having a great personal brand, you're going to be able to be adaptable, change what you were going to say and be an active listener. Listen more and speak less, and they will tell you what their problems are, what their pain points are, how you're able to help them in that moment will help build what? A personal relationship. Personal branding equals personal relationships. When you're just coming into a situation and you're representing your company, you have an agenda. You're trying to sell your products and services and solutions. You're trying to wave the flag as to why your business is so great. Well, guess what, everybody? Everybody says they have a great business, they have a great service, they have a great solution. What else do you have? What else do you bring to your table? Who you bring to the table is your energy, your essence, and how you do things. So if you're a person that's creative, lean into that. If you're a single mom, lean into that. If you are, as we all are, African American, proudly state that that's part of your differentiation. Diversity, equity, inclusion should be a part of everyone's mission statement to help define, uplift, refine, and bring us to the table, because we bring a different dynamic and a different conversation to the table. And instead of trying to assimilate, step out and help that be part of what you do. It's a differentiator. Lean upon that. Never step back from who you are. If you come from a particular background, state that from the beginning if that is part of what you do. But you have the power to create that narrative. And what I tell people when you think of marketing and you look at frameworks, there's a framework called PISOs. The P stands for paid ads. The E stands for earned media, which means the publicity that you get from different organizations, media outlets. Then there's shared media. Shared media is what you see in terms of social media platforms, what you have online. You don't own a shared platform. You participate in it, but if that shared platform goes down, you now have no way to contact your clients, the people that you're talking to. And then finally, the O stands for owned media. Owned media is what I tell my clients is the most important. The owned media is your website, your blog, your newsletter, your personal brand, the content that you put out on different platforms and different books. That is your intellectual property, that your story is part of your owned media. When do you have a chance to have your own channel and only talk about you from your perspective and how you're able to help people? Personal branding is the key to doing that. Now I'm going to tell you some don'ts. Don't rely upon just the visual of your brand to get you across the finish line. It's not going to do it for you. It has to have some substance to it. Don't have irregular postings and irregular contact with people. You have to do something consistently. It takes people now on average 12 to 14 times before people even recognize who you are in the marketplace. Then I want to make sure that the content that you're delivering has value. If you don't have anything to post that you can think of, don't post. It's better to put out content that is valuable so that you feel proud of the content that you put out and it is reflective of you and your brand and your business, and it's all in alignment and that you can be proud of it. Make sure as part of your personal branding that you employ and deliver evergreen content. Evergreen content is content that if I look at it 30 years from now, if I go back and look at content from 50 years from now, I can watch a video and learn something from that video. You want to make sure that about 70% of what you're putting out is evergreen content. But the next thing I'm going to say, make sure that you address that you are adaptable and you address trends, you address AI, you address technology, you address changes in behavior. We're about to enter, a digital age. We're in a digital age right now where money is being taken off the table. People are passing laws to say that, hey, we're going to be living in a cashless society. So the paradigm shifts that are occurring, make sure you address them. And right now we're in a perfect storm. And that perfect storm is a change in the demographics. We are now a world of people of more of color. Second demographic shift and paradigm shift is technology. As I said, with AI and everything else that's coming out with technology, you must address it and must incorporate that as part of your personal branding and business. Be up with the times if it's prevalent. And behavior. The behavior of people is changing. A lot of things that were socially unacceptable are now acceptable. Address them. Do not stand on the sidelines if you feel strongly about something that is part of your core beliefs. If you're a person that loves sustainability, talk about the people, talk about the planet, talk about profitability. Those are the things that are part of environmental, social justice, and governance that people are looking for. They're listening for that information. If you now are vegan, behaviors within veganism have changed restaurants, have changed menus, have changed what people eat at school for your elementary schools and education. So when there's a trend that's coming about and it will impact your business, your industry, or your behavior, make sure you address those things. And as part of your personal brand, make sure you differentiate yourself from a vlogger or an influencer. Your personal brand is not being an influencer. You're not posting as if you're being paid. Influencers are paid to post about their day and what they're eating for breakfast and what they're wearing today and who they spoke to. They're being paid by brands. They're being paid by advertising agencies. You are not that. Your personal brand is to always talk about things that eventually bring people back to your brand. When you're telling a story, tell a strategic story. So if I talk about being homeless and I tell you that I went from being homeless to being a millionaire, the purpose of my story is to tell you about a financial service that I now provide and that I can speak to people from a different perspective because I've run the gamut on my financial acumen. That's the purpose of the story. So don't tell a story about your get all involved in your emotions and get involved about what's happening with your personal life that does not resonate, and be able to cultivate, nurture, and then convert people to your products and services. Make sure your personal brand is talking about things that you have experienced, because you want to be able to show how that has an impact and twist and differentiates how you deliver your products and your services better. So think about your strategic storytelling, think about how you're going to nurture your audiences, and think about the conversion as part of your personal brand. So I hope all of these things have helped you realize that there goes so much more that goes into your personal brand. So number one, remember the mindset. Think like a CEO. This is your opportunity to have teams, have market research, to look at the outside, look internally, look externally at how your brand is going to look, feel, and be experienced by your clients, and so that you can sleep very well at night, and that you can say resoundingly with your chest how you feel about certain things. You want to be able to tell people, hey, I have a business where I believe, and tell me those core values, and tell me how those core values align with your business. Tell me the story, a little bit about how you got to where you are. Tell me the trajectory. Tell me the lessons that are learned, so that it compels me and I become a brand that is memorable, that differentiates myself from the rest of the group. Stating the obvious, but making sure you state why. Don't just say you're an African-American business owner without telling me how that impacts your industry. I work within the industry when you talk about thought leadership, and you talk about marketing, you talk about branding. There are only 1,557 certified consultants that work in that industry that are African-American in the world, comparative to the about 14,000 that exist just in the United States alone. So when you say that you're an African-American marketing, communications, and leadership development firm, it has power. So one of the things I want to talk about finally is learning how to speak the way your corporate buyer speaks versus how a person who is an entrepreneur speaks versus how you speak to your family members. It's really important to know the three differences, because people who are your family and your friends, as I said, I call them brand ambassadors. They may not be your ideal client, but they are your best emotional support system. So don't be upset if they're not buying your initial products and services when you go into business. Think about how they have a network of friends and family who are willing to support you in whatever endeavor you have. Never negate that group of people, because that is the foundation of where you come from. As your parents and grandparents say, never forget where you come from. Always seek their counsel and always have their respect, and find out from them the network that they have. They always want to be able to help you. Think about ways that within your personal brand to get the word out, use your brand ambassadors. That's your friends and family. The next level would be people just buying one-on-one. Individual business owners, people love to support small business. Why should they support you? Think about your personal brand and think about it as a campaign. How do you want small business owners to perceive your brand? Speak in plain language, but have a business twist to it, so that they understand that you have impact. And how do you have impact? That's part of your personal brand. Are you having an impact in your community? Are you having an impact in education? Are you having an impact in the industry that you're working within? Make sure that impact is known to small business owners. They love to hear that you have been giving back to whatever that is. In other words, it's not all about the dollar, that you are personally giving time, you're giving effort, and that there's a cause that you believe in. People prefer, 87% of people prefer to do business with a company that stands for something. Be transparent about what you believe. Don't have something out and then later on people find out that's not who you are. That's not what you believe. I worked in an ad agency and we had a great relationship with Coca-Cola, but we had a person in the office that constantly was drinking Pepsi and left a Pepsi on their desk. You see that happen with celebrities. You have to make sure that you're walking the walk and you're talking the talk. And then the last group of people, the corporate buyer. What does the corporate buyer want and who is the corporate buyer? Just because I'm speaking right now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person that's going to write the check for me speaking might be within training and development. They might be just only in human resources. It might be a CEO of a company himself that would like a speech from me and not have me speak, have the speaker speak. As a spokesperson of a company, I had to just look at every single word and purse every word that I say. One of the beauties of personal branding is that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You can just be more authentic because authenticity matters. People don't want to hear from a robot as part of your personal brand. They want you to be able to speak and to speak naturally, and people want to be able to digest what you're saying. One of the tips I give as part of your personal branding is to be able to provide what I call snackable content. When you hear one of the most famous phrases, 4 out of 5 doctors recommend Crest toothpaste by the Dental Association of America. Let's break down that one little tidbit of information. 4 out of 5 doctors. You just gave me some industry thought leadership content. You gave me content that I can say, oh, that is a statistic that I can use. And it also tells me the credibility of the brand, which is Crest. And now you just gave me peer engagement because you told me it was by the Dental Association of America. That's how small one little piece of content can have and resonate with so many different types of people, groups of people, and it's also very memorable. And it only took a couple seconds. Think more strategic about your personal brand and deliver and make sure that you're leaving a legacy that you love. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I appreciate being here with the Black business owners of the Olympics and the business brand. Thank you.
Miss Felicia Ward, you are amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I love your spirit. I love your personality. I love how you share that information. It's so helpful for those of us who are existing, well-established business owners, as well as those who are aspiring business owners. So thank you so much for being here with us today, Ms. Felicia, with the Black Business Network. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Gerald Hightower, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker today is Sydney Wormsby. Sydney Wormsby is an experienced business executive with demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of the business for solving complex and high-impact situations. He has proven results in leading teams for business startups, business turnarounds, and transformations, new product development and implementation of Six Sigma and total quality management techniques. In addition to owning and leading his own organization for almost a decade, he has held significant roles for some of the top Fortune 100 companies, including global product management and business development for JP Morgan's Chase Investor Services, leadership of one of PepsiCo's retail restaurant business units, leadership of a retail banking business unit for Citigroup, and plant management for Eastman Kodak's office equipment division. Throughout his career, Sydney has developed an ability to establish compelling visions, set clear objectives, and inspire staff that has resulted in high levels of performance. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Black Business Network, Mr. Sydney Wormsby. Sydney, it is so good to have you here with us, sir. How are you today?
Very good. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate that, Dr. Hightower.
Yes, sir. Genius is common. I will see you on the other side, sir.
All right. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, or depending on where you're tuning in from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And I thank you for the privilege of speaking with you today. I truly appreciate you being generous with your time to listen to the information that I plan to share with you today. So I'll go ahead and get started. First, as Dr. Hightower said, my name is Sydney Wormsby. I'm a business growth and improvement guide. I'm the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions, Huertas e Decus, LLC. That is Latin for excellence and distinction. And with my firm, we provide solutions with results to small and mid-sized businesses that double their revenues and profits, usually in about 12 months or less. And I use the word guide in my business title, and I use that intentionally instead of consultant or coach, because unlike most consultants or coaches, I'm very hands-on on the implementation of our solutions with our clients. And we are present with them through that growth journey, guiding them all along the way as to the right path to take to get to the desired destination or to the outcomes that they are looking for. Now, we're at this time of year where for all businesses out there, it's getting late into the fiscal quarter. For most businesses, it's the fourth quarter. So for some businesses, depending on how you set your company up, it's the end of the fiscal calendar year. And so for those businesses and business owners, it's a time typically for assessment and reflection. You may be saying to yourself, it's the end of the year. Here are our goals. Here's what we set out to do. We did pretty well. Or you could be saying, it's the end of the year. Here are our goals. And what the heck happened? Why didn't we get, anywhere close to where we were, heading for, or anywhere close to meeting our goals and objectives, et cetera. And some may even be saying, we did okay. So regardless of how your business performed throughout the course of the year, where you're at right now, this is not just a time for assessment and reflection. It should also be a time for you to start looking forward and planning for this upcoming year. So 2024 is fast approaching. And it just seems like it was yesterday that it was the beginning of 2023. So you don't want to be at the end of 2024 thinking that, where did all the time go, et cetera. So today I'm going to talk to you about growing your business and helping you understand what the secret sauce is to achieving growth, and kind of getting to the vision that you've established for your organization. So here's what I plan to cover today. First and foremost, I'm going to talk about the two simple words that have been responsible for almost all the major change really throughout history, but especially for businesses. I'm going to talk about what growth is and why it's important. Then I'm going to get into a little bit about the 5 drivers of growth and the categories of growth that is responsible for all business improvement, all business growth, et cetera. And I want to make it clear there are only 5. It's not a secret to what those 5 are. Every business has the same 5. And then I'm going to provide a few specific strategies or tactics that you can use to generate explosive growth in your business. Now, keep in mind, I only have about 35, 40 minutes, so I won't be able to cover everything in this presentation. But I will try and, be specific about the things that I am going to touch on. And, if I, go into great depth and detail, then I'll probably have to leave something out. So I'll, skim through as many of the categories as possible. But hopefully what my comments will do, even though I can't cover everything, what my comments will do will hopefully stimulate your thinking, open your mind up to new opportunities, new possibilities, new actions to pursue. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So most of you are probably, thinking, who is this guy and why is he in front of us, and what qualifies him to give me any information or suggestions on growth. And I'll first say it's probably the depth and diversity of my experience, but also the passion and commitment I have to delivering results and outcomes. So in terms of the diversity, Dr. Hightower mentioned some of the companies that I've worked for in the past, some of the experiences that I've had. And I've, early in my career, worked for a lot of the Fortune 100 companies, Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, PepsiCo, International Paper, Eastman Kodak. And for them, I had a ton of responsibilities in all levels of business. But in addition to that, I had a diversity of industry. So I've worked in retail restaurants. I've worked in retail banking. I've worked with investment banking. I've been involved with chemical processing, equipment assembly, and then obviously with consulting a wider diversity of businesses as well. But I've also been with a lot of diverse phases of businesses. So I've been involved with startups, turnarounds, businesses that were on the decline, that I was responsible for trying to turn that back around in terms of that decline. Diversity of functions and responsibilities, engineering, sales and business development, process development, R&D, business unit level, executive level leadership, in geographies, diversity of working with local markets, as well as national markets, as well as global markets. So all of that has given me a diversity of experiences and knowledge and understanding of business. But I've also been diverse in terms of not just being a doer, but being an educator. So I was a professor, an adjunct professor for more than 12 years, teaching every subject within the College of Business within the CUNY system here in New York, City University of New York system. So in addition to all that, my passion and commitment to getting results, I said it in the beginning of my intro, that I provide solutions with results. That's a big aspect of what I do with my clients. They don't hire me just to spend some time with them. It's about what can you deliver for me. So, I've taken a business group from 10 units to over 46 units, in a matter of 3 years. I've reversed a 2-year sales decline of a product in less than 6 months for another Fortune 100 company. I've grown, revenue and profits for a division of a finance company that was 2 times what the corporate average was. And then, for my clients that I'm working with in consulting, I'm typically, as I said before, doubling their profits in less than 12 months. So the net of all of that, I really want to, kind of highlight is that I know business, and I know business from all the different perspectives. I know each of the functions, aspects of the business, how they impact one another. But I also fundamentally just know the business of business. And so because I understand, those things, I will, when I discuss what I'm, the examples and systems that I'm talking about today, they will come from the experiences that I've had, the things that I've put in place, the things that I've implemented, not just from, theory, but actual, accomplishments, that I've been able to achieve with those roles that I've had. So with that, let's start. One of the things I said I wanted to talk about was the 2 simple words that drive all change that have been responsible for all change. So whether we're talking about change for your business, change for your personal life, or even change that has occurred, within the history of the world, most major changes begin with these two simple words. What if? What if? What if we, or what if this change? What follows those 2 words usually is something that challenges you. Challenges others to think about things in a different way. What comes after those 2 words typically sparks imagination. It requires creativity. It demands new behaviors, and it takes or will take new capabilities typically to execute on that. So growth is about change. So you cannot have growth unless things will be different from what they are today, which means you must be different, behave differently than you do today. And that's true for changing your business, as well as for changing yourself as an individual. So in my work with clients, I start by getting them to see what needs to change in their business processes and systems, in their employees' behaviors, in their own behaviors, in order to realize the change that they're seeking and achieve the growth that they envision. And within, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, I also use a simulator to try to quantify that impact of those changes on the revenues and profits that they're going to have for that business. So that simulator is similar to what you might use for in concept, similar to what you would use if you were learning to fly. That you have your beginning or starting point where you're debarking from, and you have your destination, and you're going to create a path from going from start to destination. I do that with my simulator the same way. I start with where they are in their business results now, and then I talk about the changes that they need to make based on the things that are present in their business and the things that are lacking in their business. But my simulator allows me to quantify almost instantaneously what impact that will have on their revenue and their profits, so that they can see exactly what's possible when they make the changes to a few key things within their business. So that's going to be important for you now, as you're also looking at what's going to happen for you, or what you want to have happen in your 2024 year ahead. You want to take a look at what if we reduce those costs and expenses in that category? What if we could take a market share of 5%? What if we could find 2 more leads per day in my business? What would that mean? What would the impact be And you should be doing that on your own or with your team. Or with, if you're using a business coach, with your business coach, or for those who don't have any of those, again, I do that, for free for folks. If they are, wanting to use my simulator, contact me for that as well. So why is growth of your business important? Well, first of all, when we start or buy a business, we do that for a variety of reasons. But the question I always used to ask my students is, what is the objective of business? And when I asked that question in all of my classes, I typically got the same answer, the same response, 9 times out of 10, probably 95 times out of 100. And that was something to the effect of, well, the objective of business is to make money. Or something like that, to drive profits, to sell more stuff, etc. But I would always respond that answer was wrong, to which most of the students would think I was crazy and wondered why they had signed up for that class. But the objective of business is not to make a profit. The objective of a business is to meet the needs of customers. That is, the objective of the business is to solve the problem that a customer or client has. Revenue and profit are measures of how well we do that. And specifically, revenue is a measure of how well the business is meeting that need, and profit is a measure of how long the business will be able to meet that need and or how many customers that business can serve. So our customers or our target market have one of 2 possible problems that they're trying to solve. You probably have heard the term pain point. So they have one of 2 pain points. It's either some problem that they have that they don't want, or some benefit that they want that they don't have. And so growth is important because it is the proof that we're getting better and better at understanding and resolving the problems or these pain points that are facing our customers. I'll repeat that again. Growth is important because it's proof that we are getting better at understanding and resolving the problems that are facing our customers. And if we're doing that, we're going to have longevity. We're going to be providing value, etc. So our revenues grow because we're getting better at solving their problem or providing the desired benefit. As our profits grow, we have the ability to serve more customers and the ability to serve those customers for a longer period of time. So growth in profits allows us to do the thing that we are passionate about, and that inspired us to start our business in the first place, for more people and for a longer period of time. So now that we understand why growth is important, how do we achieve it? What do we have to do? What makes it possible? Most small businesses, and that's pretty much almost all small businesses, grow at the rate of GDP, or gross domestic product. That is, they grow at the same rate as the national economy. So they will either grow or decline as the national economy grows or declines. That's not why most of us got into business, to be at the whims of what everybody else was doing. It's the reason, though, that most small business owners worry so much about the national economy and inflation, because they feel that their results, their growth is tied to that. The only way that's going to be untrue is if we do some of the things that I'm going to talk about later on in this talk. I don't think any of you got into business to be at the whims of the national economy. I didn't get into business for that reason. That's not what I'm looking for when I'm trying to decide what my goals and expectations are. I need to be aware of it, but I don't want to be worried about whether my growth is going to be tied to that. I want to make sure that my growth is tied to my efforts, things that I have control over. And what are those things? Well, to explain those things, I'm going to use 3 concepts here. One is the Pareto rule, also known as the 80-20 rule. The other is a concept called experimental design, and the third is a concept of continuous improvement. So I didn't mention this earlier, I maybe alluded to it, but my undergraduate degree was in engineering. So I have a scientific background, and I like math, I like science, I get into formulas, equations, etc. And so my MBA, though, was in operations and HR. And so I work with systems, with process development, process improvement. And these concepts are used to improve processes that in order to deliver better desired outcomes. The Pareto rule specifically was a process or concept that was established back in the late 1800s by an Italian economist who was responsible for collecting the tax revenues of the citizens. And what he started observing was that 80% of the tax revenues that he was collecting was coming from only 20% of the population. And he started wondering whether that relationship was true for other things as well. So he looked around at different situations and scenarios and found it to be true. That 80% of outcomes were typically the result of 20% of our actions. And so that's been commonly then referred to as the 80-20 rule, that 80% of the effect that we're looking for comes from 20% of our effort. I call it the trivial many versus the vital few. That, if we're doing 80% or 20% of our action delivering 80% of our results, that also means that we're spending 80% of our time on things that determine only 20% of the results. And so the trivial many is that 80% of things that aren't delivering the majority of our outcomes or desired outcomes. The vital few are those 20% of the things that are really driving all the results or the majority of the results that we want. So that applies in our personal life, that applies to our business, and we need to understand that. So we're spending 20% of our time right now on things that result in 80% of our revenue or profits. And reversely, as I said, we're spending 80% of our time that results in 20% of our revenue and profits. That's the trivial many. Why do we do this? And many of you might feel like you're doing this, but aren't aware that you're doing it. I call this kind of behavior rat killing, firefighting. It's us spending the time on things that seem important, that get our attention, but aren't moving our business forward. So we're running around constantly fighting fires, killing rats, but we need to start focusing on those things that really are going to drive the business. So these things, the 80% of things that drive only 20% of our results, may seem important. They may not be important. They could be, but may not be. They could be critical, or they may not be. But here's what's vital for us to understand: whether they're important or not, critical or not, they aren't driving revenue or profits. And that's a key or critical distinction. So an example I often use is in investment, banking, or if you were going to be a stockbroker, et cetera. There are certain requirements that you must do by law in each of the markets, each of the countries. They're regulatory requirements. You as an organization must do those things. But following or being in compliant with those regulatory requirements does not drive your revenue or increase your revenue or profits. They are necessary, they are important, but they're not revenue or profit generating. They don't grow either one of those things. So if you are a business owner and you are focused on all of those things that are important and may be critical, but not driving revenue, then who's going to be driving the revenue? You need to make sure that you're identifying those folks who can do those things and put them in charge for those things so that you can focus on how do you work on improving and growing your business. So our efforts, need to be focused on those 80% of the revenues and profits, and making sure that 80% of our efforts are focusing on those things that typically drive 80% of our growth, which then will lead to even faster growth, more explosive growth. Now, if we're going to focus on what are those key things, what are those 20% of the things that drive that 80% of growth, this is where that concept of experimental design, comes in. That's a technique used by scientists, researchers to try and to identify cause and effect relationships. What causes these things? And so using that, in some of my business activities, and that Pareto rule concept, what I understand and know clearly is that the things that drive our growth, and there are only 5 things, drives all growth for all businesses. I don't care whether you're a retail business, a construction business, a national conglomerate, a startup that does arts and crafts. All business growth comes from these 5 things. It's having more leads, being able to convert more of those leads to actually paying customers, having those paying customers conduct more transactions with us, being able to generate higher prices based on the value proposition we're presenting to our clients, and being able to deliver more profits through lower cost and higher efficiencies in our operations and our systems. That's where all growth for business comes from, all businesses. And so what we need to be doing is making sure that we're spending the majority of our time on those things. So here's an example. And I start with more leads, because leads are the lifeblood of a business. You can't have revenue, you can't have sales if you don't first have a lead, which starts from having a prospect come in and ask for and inquire about your product or services. Well, the key to getting more leads in any business is better marketing. So what makes for better marketing? Good marketing is fundamentally about 3 things: targeting the right market with the right message, using the right medium. So again, market, message, medium. Right market with the right message, with the most effective or the correct medium. It could be different platforms, etc. So what do we mean by right message? Excuse me. The right message means, first and foremost, have something good to say. Now that sounds simple and simplistic. Here's what I mean by that. What can you say about your business, your product, your services that you do well that no one else can say? And what can you say about your business and your service, your product that no one else can say, and that is relevant to your target market's pain point or problem? So remember what I said. Everyone has either a problem that they don't want, that they're trying to get rid of, or a benefit that they want that they don't have. So you need to understand what you do uniquely better than everyone else, that will solve a problem, eliminate a pain point that your target market has. And if you can identify those 2 things and the relationship between those 2 things, then you have the beginning of a unique selling point, a market differentiator, or what I call a market dominating position statement. And to be clear, a market dominating position statement is not the platitudes that we often use. Things like, we have the best customer service. Things like, we've been in business for, X number of years, 20 years, 30 years, etc. Those are platitudes. We have the best employees. We train our employees, highly, well. Those are platitudes that don't mean anything to a prospect or a customer, because it doesn't address the pain, the problem, the benefit that they want that they don't have, and the problem that they have that they don't want. And so you need to put things on those terms. And so when we use platitudes like that, a prospect is then limited to being able to evaluate whether they want to do business with us by one thing and one thing only: cost or price. And so you get now into a competition based solely on price and who's going to offer the lowest price. Now, I don't think that's a position you want to be in, or a competition that you want to have. It's not a competition I want to have for my business. I don't want to be in a competition based on who can offer the lowest price. I want to be in a competition of who offers the best value. And value comes from, am I delivering something that they want, that they need, to resolve a problem and eliminate a problem that they have, or deliver a benefit that they want. So first thing about, right message, have something good to say. Second, say it well. I mentioned before about my propensity for science, math, and therefore formulas and equations. And so there's something that's called the conversion equation. And how do you convert a lead into a paying customer? And that conversion equation says that all of our marketing needs to follow a certain formula, a certain prescription, a certain design. And first and foremost, it must interrupt the conversation that your prospect is having with themselves. So remember the thing that I said. They have a problem that they don't want, or a benefit that a problem that they have that they don't want, or a benefit that they want that they don't have. And in their head, that conversation is going on constantly with them about that problem or that benefit, and how they're going to get it or how they're going to eliminate it. And what you need to do in your marketing is first interrupt that conversation. That typically means some headline that's going to grab their attention about that specific problem or about that specific benefit. So it addresses the pain point that they have. The second thing that you're going to want to do is engage them, which means you're going to be looking for that marketing, that communication, to make some promises about a desired outcome that they want and that you're going to deliver. The third thing you're going to do is educate them about what value you provide, how you deliver that, that result, that outcome, etc. And then the last thing that marketing needs to do is to create an offer, a call to action. I call the offer a compelling or a Godfather offer. It has to be so compelling that they have to say, "I'd be a fool to turn this down." So we have to have something good to say. We have to say it well, so in a construct that follows that prescription or that kind of formula. And then we need to say it as often as we can. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Or as it says on our shampoo, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. So we're going to do it over and over and over again so that it becomes ingrained in their mind, and have the connection between us and how we are going to solve this problem that we have. So effective marketing, again, requires a right target, right message, right medium. And it's important that it's not one of these, but it's all three of these. And this is a problem that many folks out there have, and many of the clients that I acquire started off, they were frustrated because they had paid money to someone that they thought were going to deliver this. And the issue was that they only worked on one of those things. Maybe they were, a digital marketer, and what they were working on was SEOs, or maybe they're a social media firm that worked on the different media platforms, etc. So if you're only working on one aspect, getting how many times do people go to your website? Well, you can get 1 million people going to your website, but if it's the wrong message, or if it's the wrong target market going to that website, you're not going to get any results. You can have the right message, but if you're targeting the wrong people with it in the wrong places, the right people aren't going to ever hear it. You're going to be that tree falling in the woods when nobody's around. Nobody knows that anything happened with you. So it's not one, but it's all three. And that's what I work with my clients to address, is to integrate all three of those things: right market, right message, right medium. And that's critical. So if that has not been your approach with your marketing, that could be why you're getting that. Not could be, that is why you're not getting the results that you want, why things have fallen short, and something that you need to correct going forward into this next year, so that your marketing is hitting it on all cylinders and driving the kinds of leads and the quantity of leads that you're going to want for your business. So what about the next step? If we've got leads, then the next thing that we want to do is convert those leads into paying customers. Getting a stranger to hand you money. So getting a prospect to say yes and hand cash. That's a difficult thing. When someone's a complete stranger to you, they have to develop enough knowledge about what you do and trust in what you do before they're going to say yes and hand you cash. How do you do that? Well, there's different strategies and approaches that you can use. Too many to mention, within this conversation, but let me just give you potentially two. One is a concept that many of you may have heard of, called drip campaigns. Let me take a step back before I get into that. One of the things to understand when we're talking about converting prospects or target market into clients is that everyone is not what I call a now buyer. There are two groups of buyers: now buyers and future buyers. Now buyers make up about 1% of the market. And I don't care what market you're in. Now buyers are only 1% of that. Those are the people who right now today are looking to purchase, and all they're trying to identify is who's best. Who is the best deliverer of that? That's the only decision they're making. But that's 1% of the market. Everybody else are future buyers. And future buyers could be in probably one of two stages. Way in the future buyers or near future buyers. Way in the future buyers are really trying to decide, is this something I should be doing? And they're looking at possibilities, alternatives, do this or don't do this, etc. What are the alternatives, options, to doing it this way versus doing it that way? Near buyers or soon to be buyers are typically trying to convince themselves or talk themselves out of it, or convince themselves that, I probably really don't need to do this. So they've made a decision that they should do it, but they're trying to convince themselves that this is truly the right thing, that they've dotted all their I's, crossed all their T's, etc. Different from now buyers, which again are wanting to do this right now today. They're ready to put money on the table for this. So if you're only marketing, messaging to now buyers, then understand you're only messaging to 1% of your market. What are you doing for those other 99? And that's a small segment. And what we need to do is be marketing to everyone for a couple of reasons. One, because that's a big market out there that's being not communicated to if we're only communicating to now buyers, but also because in the sales process, research has shown it takes anywhere from 5 to 12 to 13 touches with a prospect before you can convert them to a buying customer. Now, whether it's 5 or whether it's 12, that's up for discussion or debate. It depends on the industry, depends on the value of the product that or service that you're selling, depends on, how convinced they are that they need it when they start walking. But typically research shows 5 to 12 or 5 to 13 touches before. Well, if you're only talking to now buyers, you're only touching them when they've gone through a lot of their analysis already, and you might be behind the curve. So one of the solutions that we use to drive up conversion of folks to being a paying customer of ours is something called a drip campaign. That's so email marketing campaigns, drip campaigns. It's where we are communicating automatically through emails, direct email campaigns, direct messaging campaigns to prospective buyers, target market. So we're going to be talking to them about things that are relevant and important to them. And the more that we can talk to them about things that are relevant and important to the problems that they have that they don't want, the benefits that they want that they don't have, this is not selling. This is about informing, educating them about that problem, about solutions to that problem, about the impact of that problem, about different alternative ways to solve that problem, about other people who have that same problem. We're going to be giving them a wealth and a breadth of information about things that are relevant to them as a target market that is going to make us become a trusted advisor of theirs, a trusted resource where they will come to look for information from us about this problem or about this benefit because they've gotten good information and good insight from us previously. And when we've done that and done that well, when they become now buyers, we are going to be top of mind, first thought for them in terms of making that decision. So drip campaigns become a great way of being able to do that. I'm starting to run out of time, so I'm going to try and do a couple of these quickly to try and capture it in the next 5 minutes. Another conversion suggestion or strategy is downsell. So you've heard of upsell. That's when the kind of the technique that's used in fast food restaurants. Would you like to supersize that? Well, downsell is when we're doing just the opposite. Downsell is when so upsell is when somebody's said yes to a purchase, and we're going to upsell them to something higher quantity or higher quality. Downsell is when somebody has rejected our initial offer, and we're going to offer them something of lower quantity or lower quality that might fit or satisfy that need or get them to try us, and give us an opportunity to start building a relationship. So it might be a free class. that they can join if you are an instructor, a dance instructor, a tutor. Hey, come to my free class. And we'll do some things. You'll start to learn about my experiences and my approach, et cetera, and you'll get some learning. It could be a one-time class for a small fee, where they get to experience some learning, some knowledge about you, a workshop, a seminar, et cetera. That then you convert to a private class or a group class or something else. It can be a downsell to a trial subscription. Hey, you didn't want to do this as a full blown. Hey, I'm going to give you 7 days, 30 days for free so that you can experience this, et cetera. Any of those kinds of strategies, any of those kinds of tactics, I should say, will fit in with this strategy of downsell, where you're looking to, they've said no to your initial offer and looking to offer them something that is of a lower quantity, a smaller size, lower quality, to get them to say yes and to start experiencing the benefits that you offer, the knowledge that you have, and the ways that you can solve their problem. So I'm not going to have time to go into the other three categories. We talked about two, the messaging, so getting more leads, conversions of those leads. The other three areas, more transactions. We can do that through upsell, cross-sell, I just alluded to. Creating alliances or ventures, joint ventures. Higher pricing. That really is related not to just jacking up prices, increasing prices indiscriminately. It's about showing that you are delivering more value and creating ways that you keep adding value to the basic product or services that you have. So now when they compare buying your product, your service, they're comparing with all of these values that you present relative to your competitors. And now it's not about price. It's about the value that you're providing. And then more profits. Some of those things are about expense reduction and some strategies that you can use there. It's about being more efficient, reducing yield losses if you're a manufacturing or product producing kind of organization. So how do you reduce those yield losses so that you're actually reducing the cost of production, the cost of materials, and all those other kinds of things. So again, using the concept of continuous improvement, one of the things I do with my clients is, this concept of continuous improvement and the what if. So we start to open up our mind to possibilities using my profit growth simulator to work with the clients to show them how even small incremental improvements in all of these areas produce huge results for their overall business, explosive results in revenue growth, explosive results in profit growth. And because these changes are changes in procedures or behaviors or processes, they're quick to be implemented, and they are usually no cost to be implemented, and therefore result in quick impact and explosive growth. So with that, I'm going to wrap up by saying that you can drive growth for your business that can happen quickly by you first and foremost focusing more of your time. Again, that vital few, the 20% of those efforts that are going to drive results in these 5 categories. So focusing more of your time on implementing some of these simple strategies in these 5 categories that I mentioned just before. If you're interested in hearing more, finding out exactly how you can do that, how you can implement some of those strategies, you can go to my website, solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutionswithresults.com. And you can get information about what I do, how I do it. You can get information about how to contact me. You can also go to that same website, solutionswithresults.com /SIM, SIM, and it will put you to my simulator where you can put in your own figures for your own company and get an idea right now how that changes in each of those areas will impact the growth of your company and the profits that you can drive for your company and business going forward next year. So I appreciate the time, energy, and effort that you've spent in listening to me talk. And here's to your success going forward. Oh, you're on mute.
Professor Sidney Wormsby. Thank you, sir. This has been absolutely wonderful. So with your profit growth simulator, we can go to your website. Give us your website one more time, sir.
All right. So the website, www.solutions, plural, with results, plural.com. Solutionswithresults.com. That's the general website to get all the information about who I am, what I do, etc. But if you just add to that
/SIM, S-I-M,
you'll get to the simulator.
Wow.
And you will go there. You can put in what your actual sales are, what your current profit margins are, net and gross. And then you can start playing around with it. What if I increased, my leads by 2%, my this by 4%, my this by 10%, my whatever, based on where you think you are in your business, and it will then spit out, boom, here's what your business opportunity is. And then from that point on, it's about just generating the strategies to deliver those growth numbers, those growth projections.
You've given us a wealth of information today, and I learned several things new from you today, especially the Godfather offer. That was awesome. I had a Marlon Brando moment.
There you go.
Thank you, Professor. God bless you, sir.
All right.
Genius is common. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Well, family, we have been blessed beyond measure. I want to tell you about the Black Business Expo's mission, and it is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That's blackbusinessexpousa.com. And you can donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use Cash App that's on the screen below. All right. And the Cash App below is $BBXUSA. That's BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students can register online once again at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, you family. So we want to remind you to donate. Please donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. That is NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, 5-Star BDM Media, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Family, as our great leader, Dr. Kelly, always says, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Black Business Expo. This is the Black Business Network. This is your brother, Dr. Gerald Hightower. Thank you. God bless you. Join us again.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally today.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kevin Hooks. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Kimberly Inez Mays. Kimberly Mays, founder of Creative Digital Systems, is a digital marketing fanatic, marketing automation evangelist, speaker, and trainer. I present to you Ms. Kimberly Mays.
Thank you, Kevin.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Kimberly Inez Mays, and as I was introduced, I love all things technology and digital marketing. And today, I'm just going to keep it light and casual because I know that there's a lot of information out there to consume and to process. So hopefully you find this not as interactive as possible. I'll also check comments and then also just really talk about some of the things that we can do in 2024 as it pertains to the digital landscape in our business. So a little bit about me is that I started in my profession all the way back in, I would say, even the late 90s. Even though I was a high school student, I always remained super curious. And the thing is about me is I always really love to build. So if there was a solution or if there was some sort of problem to be solved with computers, I was always the one staying up late and just fiddling around. So through that curiosity, I learned how to create websites, learned how to code, and learned how to do a lot of things that really now pay dividends when it comes to promoting one's business, oneself, and really just making sure that you have the appropriate online marketing collateral out there. So fast forward all the way to today, not only do I do websites, but I also do email marketing, automation, and now you may have heard of a little thing called AI. So AI is something that is very near and dear to my heart because just like a lot of the other technologies before it, sometimes people don't understand it, fear it, and then worst of all is they avoid it. And the thing that I want to talk about today is how not to avoid artificial intelligence, what it is, what it isn't, and how you can use it. So what it is, and you may have heard of it, you may have heard of at least one AI tool, one of many. The concept is not new, by the way, but a lot of these tools are. You may have heard of the big one, ChatGPT. It's made by a company called OpenAI, and that is just but one company that is making these AI tools. So they all use what's known as natural language processing, which takes large data sets from all over the internet, all over scholarly resources, articles, and really compiles it and organize it in a way that when you give it a command known as a prompt, you get an intelligent response back. Now, this is not by accident. It's not magic. It's through deliberate and meticulous programming of the model. Now, why am I going into all these technical details? Well, it's good to know how things work at a high level, even if you're not going to be doing that work, because here's what it means for your business. It means that you can use these tools trained on data from all over to now do your market research, your content creation. You can use it for just about anything that you think of. So while people are afraid of being replaced or, maybe their work stolen, yes, these are valid concerns, ethical concerns, notwithstanding, but I see it as something that is definitely not going away. So how do we navigate that, especially as business owners? So I'm just going to provide just a couple of concepts and a couple of ideas that you can think of when using artificial intelligence. Number one, if you have not yet already tried it, the best way to learn anything, in my opinion, is to just jump in and get an account. Luckily, ChatGPT, at least the free version right now, is available. There's also other models, Claude.ai, and there's a few others. There's also Bing. So if you are going into your Windows machine, there's Copilot, there's Bing, that all use these principles. Go and ask it to do something in your business that you normally would take a long time doing. Like, you can command it to write a follow-up email to lead or a prospect or a peer. You can use it to write a social media post. You can use it to do a bunch of stuff. See what you get out based on what you put into it. And over time, you will find that different things that you say or different things that you prompt it with will yield different results. And that is really the best way to learn, is by experimentation and by observation. Just watch what other people are doing, join groups, ask questions, and get very curious, because I believe that out of the curiosity, we can build really, really cool things. And just check it out. See what it's like for your business. See if you can cut down some of the mundane things you've been doing. Now, for quite some time, for years, I talk about marketing automation. So how does artificial intelligence and marketing automation kind of go hand in hand? Well, they do by generating the content for you, and then you're using marketing automation as the machine by which you would disseminate it. So for example, I'm a big proponent of email marketing, email automation. So if you set up emails to go out at certain intervals based on a customer's action, if they purchase a product, which product they purchased, you can then use AI to formulate the content for you. You can do all sorts of things with the content that you generate from AI. You can use AI to see which of your products or programs or services or anything like that are the most popular. And then just look up use cases. But my whole thing is get curious. Get curious. As for me, my website is KimberlyInospace.com. And what I do is I help demystify technology for service-based businesses, primarily coaches and speakers. So what that looks like is we take a look at your goals. We take a look at what you want to do, your highest ticket package, and then we kind of create a roadmap down to your lowest ticketed package. And what's great about the way that I work is I use both marketing automation and AI to do that. So let's say you have a mastermind, you have a 12-week or 12-month program, and you want to then break that down into quarters. You want to break that down into modules. You want to include a course. You want to include an offer stack. We can absolutely use AI for ideation, for outlining what that program could look like, and then all the way down to what comes before that, whether that is a mid-ticket program, whether that is a marketing collateral. We can definitely mix that up. And remember what I said, marketing automation really just disseminates all that great content that you've created. Now we can use AI to formulate that marketing plan, revise it, refine it, see if it works for you, even get the step-by-step execution down to a T. Because remember, these models have been trained on a lot of data. So this data, if we were to go out and try to procure it on our own, it would be very difficult to do so, because again, we don't have the time, energy, or the reach that the model has already done for us. So these are the things that aren't really talked about when it comes to using some of these tools. It's just like, okay, it can create an email, create a landing page, create a sales page. But when you want to look at how do you use it for ideation and research, it can do so much more. And the only way you could do that is by getting very curious about what it does and what it can do for you. So just keep that in mind, as if there's anything that is intimidating, overwhelming, scary, or whatnot, you can always use your own sense of curiosity and adventure to navigate you through it. I believe that anything can be demystified. I believe anything can be made simple. It's about trial and error, and it is also about support. So you have people like me who do teach this stuff in a way that's not intimidating. So if you have a particular North Star place you're trying to get to, evaluate and vet any procedure, anything that comes your way that can help you get to that North Star. I'm gonna take a sip of water and then I'm gonna keep talking, but basically, this is uncharted territory and it's changing literally every single week. There is a new tool out there. Sorry, my throat's a little parched. So that is what I really wanted to talk about today. I know that, like, when you think of AI, you may think of like ChatGPT, but I really want to challenge you, if you've already used ChatGPT, to use other ones as well. See what else is out there. Go online, Google the best AI tools to use for, whatever use case you need. For example, I've created multiple types of content and videos, even with AI. You could take a video, use AI to find the points in the video where you introduce a new thought. And then through that process, you can then go in and then make chapters. You can do this for your podcast. You can do this for a lot of other things that would normally take a lot of time. You can take a video, transcribe it. You can make show notes, blog posts. You can even make books out of it. But just make sure that anything you produce is vetted by you. You read through it, you understand it, you know it, you are synthesizing it. And then also, just making sure that you then have the systems behind it to disseminate and push out the content that you create, to implement the strategies that you now have as a result of using AI. So that's how AI and technology really are married to each other. They are literally two things that you cannot do without in your business as it pertains to being online and being a service-based business, especially if you want to stand out above the noise. Again, this is only the beginning. We have so much more that we can absolutely do with these tools. I'm trying to think of any other examples that I have, but yeah, pretty much you have ChatGPT, you have your videos. What I'm trying to think of, anything else that I'm using. You can even use AI on Zoom meetings too. So if you are a compulsive note taker, or if you want notes at the end of your meetings, create meeting minutes, you can absolutely do that. You can use it as a coach for your coaching sessions. You can actually give a recap and the replay at the same time. So these are all little things that we used to have to do manually, but we don't need to do anymore. Now, addressing some of the ethical concerns about this stuff is like, okay, will it take my data? Is there privacy when using these tools? And as of like today, November 29th, 2023, that is variable. Each company has its own policy. So I would encourage you to read the fine print very carefully. Again, don't share anything with these models that you wouldn't want to be made public. So don't share private information. Obviously, don't share passwords, API keys, social security numbers, banking information. If there are some things that you want to keep confidential, definitely don't put into a model, because the way it works is anything that was given to it is now used to train it. And so now you just want to be really careful about how you are helping this model to be trained. But with that said, it's actually has a lot of potential and possibilities. So I yield my time, and thank you so much for letting me speak.
No, hi. Well, first of all, thank you so much, because this is such an important subject. And I think that there's so much more that we can learn. I really love the space that you're working in. So you talked about a few platforms like ChatGPT. I've heard of other platforms like Bard and Bing Chat. Can you talk about like the differences? Are there subtle differences between the platforms?
Yeah, I could definitely talk about the differences. So I haven't used Bard too much, but I have used another one called Claude, and then another one. Basically, Bing Chat is a derivative of OpenAI's system. So like Bing Chat and ChatGPT are really similar, kind of sister programs. But I would say the differences are just in the models themselves. So you may put the same prompt into one and get a totally different result as if you put that same prompt into the other. Each platform has the date by which that model has been cut off. Like, so for example, ChatGPT used to be current as of like 2001 or 2020, like 2021, 2022. So, each one has its own, like, I guess, library of knowledge. And so I say the best way to get the best results is to try them all. Yeah.
I love that. So you mentioned the word prompt. What does that mean relative to a platform like a ChatGPT? Can you give us an example?
Yeah, so prompts are basically the instructions that you give the model. So let's say you just have a casual talk with somebody, or just if you're talking to the AI, you may say, create me 5 inspirational quotes for the day. That's a prompt. Now that's very vague. So what you might get out of it is not exactly what you want. You may need to refine a little bit. You say, maybe give me 5 inspirational biblical quotes for Thanksgiving or something like that. And then the more specific you are, the more tailored your result will be. So, there are so many different ways to prompt these AIs. So it's really finding the best way to do it. I find that the best way to do is to give it a role. They say, you are an expert copywriter. You're an inspirational writer. Please create me 5 quotes. And then the quotes that you give it will be different, because now it's thinking, okay, well, let me pull from, these inspirational writers or something like that. So, I say that there are a lot of people out there selling prompts, and it's not a bad thing, but I say this knowledge is also available for free if you're willing to play around with it and then to see what works for you.
So like, for example, just to make sure I understand this properly, if I'm like, for example, want to be a hip hop artist, I could say, so I want to make a song and I want to combine Biggie, Tupac, and Nas, and I want the lyrics to talk about this. And it might give me examples.
Yeah, it would give you examples. Now, I will say, caveat, that each model has been programmed with like filters or sensors. So it may not talk about everything those rappers talk about. So yeah, but it will try to mimic their style. So one fun thing that you can do is say, okay, well, give me a rap song, but in the style of Shakespeare. So it'll like give you that Shakespearean style and things like that. So, you can have it give you back information in the style of a person. I've had it write rap songs for me before, but it's not really good, but yes, you can absolutely do that. So if you're like Ernest Hemingway or any of the inspirational writers out there, you can definitely say you're influenced by so-and-so.
I can hear it. Romeo. I'm not a rapper. I just really think that's awesome that you could use the tool. And I feel like that's what it is. At first, when I first started hearing about it, I was afraid, especially as a person of color, if I used something like that in a workplace environment, that someone was thinking I couldn't do my job, that I was cheating. This sounds more like it's a collaboration tool than a cheat code. What do you say to that?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So some corporations have blocked it. And some corporations are now making their own AIs for their staff to use. Like Samsung, for example, made its own because it didn't want its developers putting in passwords and secrets and stuff into ChatGPT. But I say that it's more of a tool, really, because it sounds awful, but garbage in, garbage out. So if you just say, okay, write an essay for me, and then, you copy paste and then just go give that essay away, you can get inaccurate information. You can get things that are wrong, and it won't sound like you. I know especially for ChatGPT, it has a particular writing style. It uses a lot of words, and it's very detectable. So I would say use it as a tool, but not as it can't do your job for you, because the prompts and the information that you give it is really your own intellectual brain power, not necessarily so much what you get out of it.
Can you talk about other things that you do to help, people, especially in the service space, really take advantage of these kinds of technologies? Does this help raise money for nonprofits? Can it help me find new revenue streams for my businesses and things like that? How do you help us use the tool that way?
Yeah, so, I say it's all about ideation. So I speak a lot about ChatGPT because that's just the big one out right now. But if you use the paid version, it does have a larger data set. And you can say, all right, well, instead of help me raise money for my nonprofit, what you can say is, I have a nonprofit that does X, Y, and Z. Do some research on the best donors for whoever would donate to that. And then you can say, okay, well, now I'm looking to do a campaign for fundraising. Give me 5 ideas or something. So you have to be like really specific, and it can give you those ideas, and then you can take it and then continuously refine. So it's not a one and done type of situation. It's a conversation with it.
So what other types of AI software or tools are available besides these language learning models?
Yeah. So have you ever heard of Canva?
I love Canva.
Yeah. So Canva, about maybe 6 weeks ago, came out with a new set of tools. It's called Canva Magic. And so now when you load it up, you can say, oh, give me a presentation on, like fundraising or something like that, and it will give you like the whole presentation with the bullet points and everything. Of course, it just needs to be refined, but they've baked AI into their products, so you could just say, hey, create an image for me for Black Friday. I need it to be, black and red and white and have this thing on it, and it will create that for you. So it's not only just text generation, but you can generate images. And then I also have a couple of video tools that I like as well that, I think I had said this too, like you could take a piece of long form video content and then have it identify where you are, points that you've made, and then turn those into chapters. So you can literally turn them into YouTube shorts, reels, even short form videos. So that's how a lot of the influencers have so much content, is they just this. Yeah.
So it almost does some editing for you in a sort of more efficient way. So that's interesting, because one of my big concerns, now you touched on it a bit, was the challenges it might face, if using a product like Canva. And for those of you who don't know what Canva is, it's sort of similar to PowerPoint and other presentation software tools like that. But if you ask it to say, I need, create a picture of the perfect executive, oftentimes that person doesn't look like you or I. So are there things that we could do to make it, be a little bit more culturally competitive and competent?
Yeah, and you raise a really good point too, that there is still a bias. If I wanted to generate images, I have to specify I need a Black person, and I think that that's just something that I've just gotten used to. And I think there is now more of a push for diversity in the data sets, but the companies aren't going to tell you, okay, well, I tweaked the algorithm to do X, Y, and Z. But that's why I say just test a bunch of them out. But typically, yeah, you probably will need to refine it a little bit, and then just really vet the content, really vet what you're getting back. I mean, it's trained not to give like controversial answers, but every now and then, something might slip in. So you just have to be really cautious about what you submit. There was an incident that I read about a little while ago that a lawyer actually got fired because I think he was writing a motion or writing something, and he was really busy and he used ChatGPT, and I think he just did a direct copy paste, and it had factual errors in it, references to cases that never existed. So that's kind of an extreme example of somebody using it the wrong way, and of course, it's probably very embarrassing for him. But yeah, you always have to just make sure that it's correct.
So the moral to the story is, if you use it as a person something to help, and you make sure that you put your touches on it, then you'll make sure that it protects you and serves you, rather than put you in an embarrassing situation. That's so interesting. So what other kind of technology supports, other than AI, can you and your organization provide for your customers?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for asking. So what we do, or what my team and I do, is we help business owners set up marketing automation and funnels. So usually in the past, I've come on here and I talked about funnels and emails and stuff, but basically I believe every business should at least have an email list to start out with. There are so many businesses that don't have an email list, and I think that's unfortunate. Just because, for the simple matter of fact, is that email is still the highest return on investment of communication. I know social media is very appealing, and everybody's like, oh, I got to get on social, but you could be locked out of your account. And then also it controls who sees what when. You have no control or dissemination of any particular piece of content. Because when you post, it doesn't show your entire audience. It shows people in bits and pieces, and it has an algorithm based on engagement and a lot of other things that they'll never tell us. So I encourage everybody to have an email list. Even if somebody's bought from you, interested in working with you, you give away a freebie or anything like that, definitely have an email list. It'll go a long way. And then once you have an email list, that's where I kind of come into. It's like, all right, how do you keep your email list engaged? How do you make sure that you're top of mind? So when you send your next email, people remember who you are. So sending email is still something that people complain to my face. They're like, oh, I don't send email in my business because I delete all my emails. And I've had people just play that contrarian thing with me, but I'm like, you've checked your email today. So even if you didn't open all the emails, you still had a second in which you remembered the businesses that are mailing you. And chances are, even if you say it's annoying, you didn't unsubscribe. So how can you say email's not going to work for you?
Right.
So, that's a big one. And then it's about the series of communications, and it's about giving the right message to the right person at the right time. So that's probably a long-winded way of saying, yes, I work in email and I make sure that it goes out correctly.
So do you have any work that you're really proud of that you could talk about and share some examples of?
Yeah, so I have a lot of stuff, but really what I'm the most proud of is just giving people aha moments. Not only am I just really behind the scenes in front of a computer doing work for people, but I really love just giving people fresh ideas and fresh concepts, and just even empowering them to do it themselves. That's what makes me the happiest, when somebody says, oh, Kim, I've been following you and taking your courses and stuff for a while, and my email list for my program has grown. I now know how to send an email. I now know how to put together a landing page and a lead magnet and a funnel. And now I'm making sales and stuff. That makes me happy, because I can do work for people, but if they don't use what was built, it doesn't do anything. But when you kind of show people, even if they don't do the work, but they understand it, that's a bigger win for me.
No, I think that that's fantastic, and the work that you're doing is very valuable and needed, especially as we continue to onboard all these new businesses in all of the typically underrepresented communities, but mostly from a service-driven standpoint. So thank you for what you do. So where can we find you? Can we get a plug before you go? A website or a social media post?
Yeah, so my website is just my full name that you see here, KimberlyInezMays.com. And then in there I have a link to a freebie, which is one of the chapters in my book. So I've also written a book about marketing. I should have it here with me. So I did write my book. So you get a free chapter from my book, Perfectly Persuasive, Marketing to Both Cats and Humans in the Digital Age. Talked about comparing, contrasting marketing to people, marketing to cats is a free chapter there. And then everything else that I do is on my website. So
that's fantastic. Well, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Black Business Network, Ms. Kimberly Inez Mays. Thank you for all the work that you do. And genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Bye.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching Training, Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. M. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., 5-Star BDM Media, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business?
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kevin Hooks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Pam Kelly. After experiencing financial and strategic hardship in the aftermath of Hurricane Fran in North Carolina, Pam Kelly resolved to never again experience the same level of vulnerability. She's since acquired knowledge and practices that enhance her ability to be more prepared and resilient in all seasons. With 30 years combined experience in various on and off grid technologies, such as website development, computer graphics, and architectural drafting, she continues to make sure that her companies that they serve empower a populace to be financially, strategically, and spiritually prepared. A more prepared populace in America is potentially the antidote to many of our nation's ills. They provide resources to empower patrons to be financially, strategically, and spiritually prepared for the daily challenges and survive events that are more likely to occur in their entire lives. I present to you Pam Kelly. Genius is coming.
Good evening.
And I'll see you on the other side. Enjoy. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you to Dr. Eric Kelly with the Black Business Network. And I'd like to preface the information I want to share with you tonight with a statement that I believe and to be entirely true of the times that we live in. And that is, there can be no enduring social justice and access to economic opportunity for all Americans until a preparedness-driven economy is a part of it. And I'm going to elaborate on that statement a little later. But what I also want to share is a historical preface to my fellow futurists. And when I say futurists, I mean all of the Black Business Network entrepreneurs who have shared their information this evening, because by definition, a futurist is someone who believes in the future and prepares for it. So my comments are directed to all of you in the network and beyond who are listening tonight. So an essential historical preface to my fellow futurists. Every American of African descent descends from a prior generation that refused to give in and give up amidst the racial challenges and oppressions of their day. And due to our unique history in the Americas, we can lay claim to a unique superpower of epigenetic resilience, born of individual and collective refusal to lay down and give up the ghost while held within the inhuman captivity of the ships during the Middle Passage. We are the remnant of the strongest of the strong survivors. And mind you, we are now 46.8 million strong. So given that information and that reality on how powerful we are and can be, there is yet an ominous prediction that informs everything that I do. And I consider myself a messenger. I wouldn't say I'm a dynamic speaker or a life coach, but I do have a message. And when God gives you something to do, I assure you, he will not let you go until you have provided that message. And so there is an ominous prediction that awaits our young people. If we do not resurrect and deploy the economic futurist activism of our forefathers, it is predicted by 2053 that African-American median wealth is predicted to fall to zero. Now, I've shared that information with many people along my preparedness journey when I first heard about it in 2017. And I'm often met with a lot of reactions. How can that be? The denial, that's not possible. Well, let me give you an example just from my experience of how that is entirely possible. Because my wake-up call came in 1996 at Hurricane Fran. At the time, I was working with an agricultural products company, making a good income, had a 401k, had savings in the bank. And so you would think that I had it all together. But when the power goes off, you don't have access to an ATM. You don't have immediate access to a 401k. And so one of the things that I have found that everyone needs to contend with is simply having ample emergency cash. So for all of my confidence in my education, my certification, my assets, I found myself without any immediate liquid assets, very little, to get through 10 days without power, without communications, and with 2 young children. So as Kevin shared in my bio, I was able to overcome that basically just through faith and a resilience. Again, the resilience of our ancestors, that there is a core of futurism within us, that we've been through many personal doomsdays in America. And you end up becoming either two things. One who descends into just believing that there's never going to be a better day, descending into despair, or you become a futurist. And it was at that moment in 1996, I said, no matter how bad it is, it's going to get better. And so by faith and preparedness, and I realized that I had to change. So that is my story, and that is how I evolved to become a prepper since 1996. And I'm not a doomsday prepper. I am what's called a life cycle prepper, because there is no perfect preparedness plan for a doomsday event. In that event, you simply have to believe in prayer, believe that God has it all under control. And so it's really the everyday potential of doomsday, personal doomsdays, that I encourage people and provide services to help people develop what I call tier 1 preparedness. Again, dating back to my experience of not having enough emergency cash, that is the one thing that we do not consider in all of our financial preparedness. We do 401k, we do investments, but I am pretty grassroots. That's where I keep it. So I try to engage people with tips and products and services that help you acquire, first of all, that tier 1 preparedness emergency cash. So getting back to that statistic that I shared with you, that by 2053, unless we change how we manage collectively our income, our assets, it is possible that by 2053, African American median wealth will sink to zero. And so there are 5 reasons for that. Again, when we do not have emergency cash, it means that you begin to look to other means of covering an expense, whether it's a car repair or a sudden emergency by one of your young people, your children. Those things need to be covered, first of all, tier 1 emergency cash dash. Also, we do not make preparation for our assets at the end of life. So there's 2 things, emergency cash stash, and plus not making plans for end of life, and we do not have a will or living will. These are 2 things that I provide resources again, and also I serve as a professional witness so that people are able to create their living will and last will and testament that needs to be kept on hand as part of your documents. Second thing, we don't keep our documents in order. You need to keep them readily available in case of an emergency. The other thing is that we do overspend. Statistically, African Americans have the lowest savings and spend a lot of their dollar, pretty much most of it, outside of our community. This is where I've developed a tool from my experience called 5-10-10-75, in which I encourage people to live at 75% or less of their dollar. When you do that, that means you're able to save 10% for savings, 10% for giving back to your community, and 5%, which is probably the most impactful area of your bucketing of your dollar, is that 5% at least should go back into businesses of your kinship community. And what do I mean by kinship community? That's folks, we are all born into a kinship. God has brought us all to this life, and we belong to certain kinships. My kinship is Christian, African American, women. So with your dollar, it behooves us to invest in our community. That is legitimate. That is always a legitimate investment. So in order to counteract this statistic, there's a couple of things that we can do. We can save for our emergency cash, because when you don't have that, it can potentially bring out the worst desperate decisions in our behavior, such as predatory lending. You don't want to do that using credit cards. We need to retreat from using those tools as a means to cover emergency expenses. We have to save. So I do have information and tools, such as a tip sheet on actually 10 things you can do to save $250 to $500 a month. Thereby, you're actually retreating from spending those resources, and you're able to devote them to saving and also giving. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and listening to my message. And I welcome the opportunity to serve you by going to my website, www.iprep2thrive. And you can also reach me at pam@iprep2thrive.com. So again, in order for us to really become the community that is prosperous, and prosperous in terms of wealth, generational wealth, it's not how much we spend, it's how much we retain and also invest in our community. Thank you. So if anyone, if Kevin or the moderators have any questions that they would like to ask about iPrep to Thrive, and to give you some additional information, you can go to my website, iPrep to Thrive, and you will find information about the tool that I have referred to called Cash Flow 5-10-10-75. And why is that tool so important that we begin to utilize now is because the government, as we have seen, is unpreparedness driven. And at any time, the resources that we have access to, such as the banks, if there is a crisis event, then everyone is probably aware that the banks may in fact, limit your access to resources. Again, that's the reason why we need to have that emergency cash stash. And to elaborate on that a little bit, everyone has a different, what I call tipping point cash stash. So in my case, I needed to acquire cash resources, and this is liquid cash, is liquidity, which can be either the money that you have, whether you have it stuffed under a box and buried under a tree, it doesn't matter. It's money that you must have access to when the ATM doesn't work, or when you lose communications in order to get access. Again, your 401k will not be accessible when there is an at-risk event. So in my case, an amount of $1,660 actually was my tipping point cash stash, which, I could go to, as they say, get your money right and you'll sleep well at night. Well, that was my point at which I said, if one of my children has an emergency, has to come home on a flight or rent a vehicle, there are things that we want as parents, and again, especially as a mother, you want to be prepared at all times to say, hey, I can help you with that. I'm also a sole caregiver, so it's important to me to be able to accommodate a parent if they have an emergency. And also just for my personal health and wellness. So for me, in order to feel comfortable, that tipping point, what I call that tipping point cash dash, was $1,160. For you all listening, that might be a different amount. So again, I am available to do what I call a preparedness audit, emergency preparedness cash dash audit. that the tool that I make available from my website, it is an app for Android or iPhone that you download. And when you enter any amount, it splits it into buckets of 5, 10, 10, 75. And what does that do once you download the app? The great thing about it, it's not tethered to the internet. You're not sending any information about your finances. The revelation of whether you're overspending is entirely between you and the app. So if in fact you're spending over your 75% threshold of consumer spending, you're actually spending your more than your 75%, to the point that you're spending so much that you're not able to save, or that you're not able to give back, or even invest in your community. Again, that's kind of where so many of us are at. And as a lifelong habit, by the time you get to in your 50s and even 60s to consider retirement, you find that those habits have not allowed you to achieve perhaps the retirement income that you're looking for. So it's never too late to start. And I can assure you that I've been using 5, 10, 10, 75 probably for about 15 years. So which means it wasn't something that I implemented in my 20s, 30s, or even 40s. But it's never too late. And if you can imagine, if a significant, what I call a critical mass of people in our community began to use my tools, and it's not and what I'm not doing is an invention of the wheel. It's really traditional financial wisdom. So again, at this time, I've concluded my comments, and getting back to my statement that we have to become a preparedness-driven economy if we are going to avert that statistic by 2053 of zero average median wealth for the African American community. We need to begin to establish a collective financial preparedness activity in every household, in every business. And we will survive, revive, and thrive for decades to come. So thank you again, Dr. Kelly. And I believe Kevin is the moderator. And if anyone has any questions, by all means, reach out to me at Pam at iPrep to Thrive. And there you are, Kevin.
Hi.
Prep to Thrive. And my website is www.ipreptothrive.com. Thank you.
Well, thank you. There's so many important nuggets in the statements that you've been making. And if you don't mind, I just have a few questions that I'm sure that our audience would love some responses to. You talk about this idea of generational wealth and savings. And so some of the stuff that occurs to me is, there's a lot of jobs being created and people are getting back to work, especially after the pandemic. I know this is an important time. How do you help them choose between wanting to try to get back in the game, so to speak, by finally re-earning money, but then making sure that they take advantage of the opportunities to save? How do they make those tough choices?
And I'm going to share with you just from my personal experience. Again, the pandemic was a wake-up call for a lot of us. The pandemic was actually, when I say a personal doomsday for a lot of us. We lost our jobs. Our hours were cut back. If kids couldn't go to school, that placed a lot of emphasis on making other arrangements, which often costs money for the parents. So we came out of that experience kind of behind financially. And then when we were starting to normalize and get that money back and you want to pay off bills, here's what I had to do because I got behind too. You call your creditors. What I share with people is called cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75. To me, that is your cash flow. There's credit and there's cash flow. You've got to attend to your cash flow first, even if it means calling your creditors and saying, I am behind. Can we work out something to half that payment? Because now you have additional cash flow. And so it's a matter of habits, that it has to become habitual, because if you can think back to the 60s before they had credit, the 50s and the 60s, our community, we did save, we did collectively help one another. And that's what I encourage people to hearken back to. Think about before there was credit. What did you do? You did not spend all of that dollar. So right. It's a recent pathology over the past 50 or 60 years, when we've had access to credit, loans, that we've started consuming and over consuming our dollar.
So you want to get us back to like the Black Wall Street days, where we were a community and the dollar turned over like 27 times before it left the community.
It turns over 20. Yeah, that dollar before we were even allowed to go into Macy's and places like that. Yeah, we churn, and I call it. There's a word I like to use. It's called churn. We churn our dollar at least 3 or 4 times, because number one, we earned it perhaps from a fellow person in our kinship community. Either we worked for them, driving taxis, working on the farm, doing this, but we earned our money, initially from each of us based on our trades, and so that dollar churned once, and then we banked often at Black banks. There's still a Black bank now, Mechanics and Farmers. I tell everyone, with that 5%, again, going that 5, 10, 10, 75, again, and I have that tool available on my website. That 5% is the most impactful. You take 5 cents out of a dollar and put it in Black bank. There's Mechanics and Farmers. And so a gentleman that I've been collaborating with just last week, he got a grant for a program. He said, Miss Kelly, you know what I did? I went to Mechanics and Farmers. You know what that precedent set a churn, because Mechanics and Farmers then churns that dollar into helping other African-American businesses.
So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. So then but to get back to specifically answer your question, how do people bounce back?
Yes.
First, we have to look at that. We do have to change, because most of us have been spending almost 100% of our dollar and not saving enough. We have to get back to that. And I have tools and ways, again, that you can save almost $200 to $500 a month just retreating from certain things that you're spending on.
So give me an example. I try to, tighten my belt a little bit. But there's certain things that I need, I need to get a manicure every now and again. How do I avoid my manicure as opposed to saving this money?
Instead of the manicure every week, every other week, instead of paying over $200 on a cable bill, get an antenna. Get one of those HD TV antennas. Right. And then for those who the dudes who love the sports, subscribe to a sports channel, not 10 of them.
Not 10.
Again, so when we look at our priorities, it's about priorities. And also when you look at, when I'm churning that dollar into a manicure every week, who's that dollar churning into? Whose pocket is it going into?
That's a great question to ask.
So it's 2 questions. When you're spending your dollar, now I don't mind. I have to get my hair cut every 6 weeks. I'm going to an African-American barber. I give him my money. And what if he were to say, okay, I'm going to put part of that in a Black bank? You see how it's just churned 3 times. And then he says, well, I'm going to advertise on Black Business Network. It just churned 4 times. If you can imagine all of us on the African-American Business Network, if we bucketed our dollar, and this is nothing that the mainstream community doesn't do. They do it seamlessly. But because we're somewhat fragmented, because you can't tell by my last name, Kelly, whether I'm white or Black. We really have to seek each other out. And that's why the African Black Business Network that Dr. Kelly has has put together over the decades, it's phenomenal because now we see each other. And so what if we were to say, I'm intentionally going to churn at least 5% of my dollar? Because a lot of us who are trying to bounce back, we're also self-employed, right?
Right.
So I'm not intentionally as a business person churning, saying I'm going to churn my dollar back into Black Business Network, just 5%. That exponentially builds to the point that we are able again to start building. And that's another thing, but that's another subject. We need to build. Yeah.
So I love it. But how important is it to get your family involved in making this a family affair rather than some one person saying, I'm going to dictate this choice?
Absolutely. Somebody does have to become the preparedness czar.
Yeah. Preparedness
as you know, I am.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to, someone has to say it is important, and ideally in the household, it has to be, and it's a mindset thing. We have to get every adult in the household to recognize that they are part of the problem and also part of the solution. That preparedness is no longer optional. It's imperative. The government now can't find money to pay its bills every 45 days.
That's correct.
Which means we now are in a unpreparedness-driven economy. Well, it's been that way. And so the government is telling us by these FEMA commercials, you better get prepared because you can't rely on us. So collectively, and that's what I'm trying to do with my imagery and on my channel, is really to promote collective financial preparedness, which I hearken back to the examples of our forefathers before there was affirmative action, when there was Jim Crow. In fact, it's odd that we were probably more preparedness driven during Jim Crow, because you didn't want to get caught. You didn't want to get caught on the highway with no money.
Right.
Because, and that's something I've often heard from my grandfather, that when he went down south, you had to be prepared. So I heard preparedness, didn't hear it enough in terms of saving my own, doing better with my own money in my early years, but that's the 20s and the 30s, who does? But at some point, so that's what I share on my website. I call it Tier 1 preparedness. I'm not into advising people on their 401k or investments or cryptocurrency. It's simply, I learned from experience. Once you get that Tier 1 cash stash, so that you sleep well at night, if stuff hits the fan, the ATMs don't work, you can't get to your 401k, that you have what's called that tipping point cash stash, so that you sleep well at night. Every family has to have that. And they will find that the anxiety over the things that are going on around you, it doesn't worry you as much anymore. Your blood pressure goes down. So again, I have 10 tips. Again, cutting back, getting a lunch bag and taking your lunch to work.
Right.
It's not rocket science, but basically we look at TV. How much TV can you consume in your waking hours? So you're paying a lot of money for just 10 waking hours a day. And so that's one of the main things that when I started cutting back on cable, I cut cable out and I saved like over $100 a month. So that's
I love this whole concept. When I was a kid, we had things like home economics, and that helped teach us these kind of tools. And then we had, my parents would say, save a little, give a little, use a little. And so what kind of tools do we have available to model this behavior, not only model the behavior for our young children, but to let them start practicing these behaviors?
Well, in fact, I am now partnering with an organization that uses basketball to teach poetry and various, it's amazing. And so they want to do a financial literacy program. So the app that I currently have, which is really directed to the age group 17 on up, we're going to be modifying that to introduce it to young people in the local, because you have to teach financial preparedness at the earliest possible age.
I think that
and actually, when you teach them, they'll teach us.
That's exactly right. And I think that as we talk about the entire life cycle of this, modeling the behavior for young people, but also talking about the importance of how it will impact your ability to retire with dignity. Can you talk about the importance of starting to save early and how it will help you when it comes time for you to retire?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I will say it's never too late, but the earlier, the better, because our mainstream counterparts, they have that conversation with their young people of don't spend all your dollar. That's the first. Never spend all of your dollar, and within that dollar, you are obligated to save. You're also obligated to give back. So I think it is difficult now because our kids are being taught by the media industry, by the schools even, to be consumers, to be consumption driven, not preparedness driven or conservative of their resources or good stewards of their resources. So as you're saying, as you shared, Kevin, you're right. It's what I'm sharing is nothing new. It's not a reinvention of the wheel. It's really an innovative application of traditional financial wisdom. And how do we change the mindset so that we get back to where we were as a culture that was preparedness driven and did not consume all of its dollar, and that saved and invested in ourselves? We can do it. It's going to take an imagery industry. And that's one of the things that I'm promoting, a 24/7 imagery industry, because there is a 24/7 imagery industry that's trying to get us to consume all of our dollar.
And that's right. And you touched on it a little bit, like how do you address, our young people, especially with social media, being inundated with these images of what success looks like and how, what you use your money for, the latest cars or the most incredible home or the best clothes. When the idea of $1,000 pair of sneakers when I was growing up seemed impossible. And now they're at every mall. And so you want to compete, and if I'm a young man and I want to attract someone that I would be interested in, well, then sometimes the media tells me I have to wear the certain clothes, I have to drive a certain car. And the same thing with all of the young people, they have their sweet spots. How do you counteract that messaging?
Well, it's going to take a concerted effort. And again, I think it takes a few billboards that we own to say, hey, preparedness pays. Preparedness pays. Did you get the girl? You got the $1,000 shoes. Did you really get the girl?
Well, I, for one, think that anytime it rains, it's important for us to teach ourselves that the bigger the umbrella, the less wet you get. So I think
Well, Kevin, you see, that's an imagery. Again, I am so convinced it's going to take an imagery industry.
Yeah.
And therein, the preparedness industry is really the blockbuster opportunity for African Americans to get into. That should become our brand identity, our export. And just that imagery that you shared, the biggest umbrella, there you go. That's a meme. That's a 30-second PSA about the importance of financial preparedness. So that's how we do it. Make preparedness cool. That's how you really get the girl. That's how the woman really gets the guy, not being needy. But when he asked her, do you 5, 10, 10? Look, here you go. Do you 5, 10, 10, 75 your dollar? And she says, yes. Will you marry me?
All right, we might be going a little bit too far on this. We're getting all the way down to the marriage lines. However,
it's that basic that it really is. between men and women, it's collaboration, kinship, security, common goals.
To wherever you fall on the law of attraction scale, the idea of collaboration and the idea of being aligned, particularly with finances, It's
Right.
extremely important, especially if you're looking for long-term relationships. It's clear that, there are two areas that are the most challenging areas, and that's one of them.
Absolutely. And who do you want in your foxhole?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want someone prepared or unprepared?
So before we go, let's talk a little bit more before we go back over some really easy to remember tools that they can incorporate, and also how they can find you.
Okay. And so the most accessible tool, if you're not where you want to be financially, and this is with regard to people who are solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, people who are employees. If you're not where you want to be financially, look at doing a preparedness audit of your dollar. And I have the tool on my website at ipreptothrive.com. It's called Cash Flow 510-1075. You can either download the free Excel spreadsheet where you enter your dollar, and over the course of a month, enter your expenses, and it's going to show you if you're spending over 75%. If you are, I have additional tools to show you how to reduce and to save, to retreat almost from 25% of your spending. Some of these changes are going to be difficult. So that's the first thing, retreating from spending. If you're overspending, retreating from it, and saving and acquiring your tier 1 cash stash. That's number one. And then beyond that, you have to, again, make preparedness a family affair. As Kevin mentioned, you have to begin to incorporate it and teach preparedness early. So that's what I do. I teach, I mentor on financial preparedness now for young people, and it needs to become our next cultural export, I say, so that we will be financially accumulate wealth as we should. Again, that 20 through 53 statistic is very ominous, and it's very it could become very true if we're not accumulating wealth. We have an income. We make an income, 1.6, I think it's $1.6 trillion a year.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't churn that 1.6 trillion, and we don't save at least 10% of it. That's why that statistic may have a lot of veracity, because there's reasons for it. And again, not making a will and a living will, because at the end of our lives we may have made a lot of money, but then if you make no provision, it may go to probate, which consumes a lot of wealth, causes family division and other costs. So basically, so I have resources on my website, www.ipreptothrive.com. You can write to me at pam@ipreptothrive.com. And I am more than happy to share those resources and a personalized plan. If you're not where you want to be financially, let's start at that tier 1 financial preparedness and empowerment.
Well, I, for one, would love, on behalf of the Black Business Network, to thank you for all this valuable information. And one more time, I want you to give your website and other places that we can find you. And thank you once again for all the hard work that you do to help our community.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much.
And remember, go ahead.
The website is www.iprep2thrive.com.
www.iprep2thrive.com.
Mm-hmm.
And your email address?
Pam@iprep2thrive.com.
I love it. Well, thank you once again, Pamela Kelly at iprep2thrive.com. And remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. that's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. And that's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries,
hey, your content is inspiring, it actually helped me. Are you going
unleash
to
your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive? Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we will be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World. Business was steady, but then an influx of new four-legged friends changed everything. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients. The only problem, more appointments, meant he needed more space. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He used his card to furnish a new exam room, and everyone was happy. Built for Dr. Petsworth's business, built for your business, Amex Business.
Inspiring, it actually helped me. Are you going to interview? And at the time, I did not foresee myself
Follow
interviewing.
the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals.
Morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This morning, we're going to have a fireside chat with David Jones and Cleo Michael, who is an experienced substance abuse counselor. Let us welcome David and Cleo to the Black Business Network. And there's Cleo. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And there's David. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I am so glad both of you are here. I'm going to get out of your way. I can't wait to hear some of the wisdom and insights that you're about to share. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Well, good morning, Miss Cleo. How are you doing? Hopefully all is well.
I am doing great. Thank you, David, for having me, and thank you to the Black Business Olympics for having me as well. I'm honored to be here.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, you know, I just have to say, if you guys have never heard Miss Cleo, she is absolutely amazing. This woman has transformed her life. She's been able to just take action and show up. And I am just so proud of what she's done, who she's become. And, this is going to be a very inspirational fireside chat that you guys are going to be able to get inside of who Miss Cleo Michael is at the end of the day. And so, you have your business, Set Yourself Free. I would love to know, what inspired you to come up with that name, especially helping women break through, their emotional stagnation. Why that name? Talk to us.
Okay, David, thank you for asking. Why that name? Because from my own personal experience to begin with, I had some challenges that I faced in my life, specifically with failures, right? So I had a fear of failure, and there were a number of things that contributed to that fear. Some with failing academically, in classes. Another big failure for me that I thought at the time, right, was having a miscarriage of my very first pregnancy. So that was a huge failure that I perceived at the time. And so because of that, and because of the thoughts that I was having in my head, because of the things that I experienced, right, I became stuck. Right? I was stuck in depression, stuck with anxiety, stuck with my negative thoughts that really weren't working for me. And it got to a point where I got tired of being sick and tired of being stuck. So I decided, you know what? It's time to set yourself free. And I was able to do that because I had the background in counseling and I kind of knew what to do. I just wasn't doing it, right? I wasn't taking action in my life. So I needed to set myself free. And because I was able to do that by following some steps, there came the name, Set Yourself Free. And I was like, you know what? It's worked for me, and hopefully this will work for someone else. I can't keep this to myself. I've got to share it. And so there comes Set Yourself Free life coaching and the process that I teach women.
I love it. I love it. And something I now, fully grasp it now because you said it, right? Nobody could do anything for you. You had to make yourself, do that. And you were just sick and tired of being sick and tired. And that's really what it comes down to, is that people have to, be willing to make that commitment that we talked about. People have to be able to say, you know what, I can do this, and really believing in themselves and, just going forward and showing up every single day. And that's, what you do every day. And especially, with you coaching and sharing with other people your story, because, that's the one great thing about what you do, is that you've been down this road. This is something that you get to help other people with. So, with that being said, can you give us, a success story, or transformation from one of your clients that truly, it gave impact, of what you do and how you do it?
Yes, I sure can. I remember this one lady I was working with. When I met her, she had feelings of low self-worth. She didn't love herself. And as a result, she wasn't able to allow her spouse to love her, right? She felt like the love that was being shown to her, she was not worthy of it because of her own feelings inside. And so when we got together, and she told me her story. She told me a little bit about her past, some past experiences that was clearly impacting her in the present. So we started there, right? We started working on the trauma from the past that was impacting her in the present, not going into the trauma to have her relive it, because that's not what we do, right? We don't want to re-traumatize people, but really looking at how it was impacting her today, right now. And once we were able to do that, work through that, help her to get an understanding that these traumas that she experienced does not define her, especially now, right? And then we started working on positive affirmations. We did an exercise where she had to write 3 things that she loved about herself every day. And we did that for about a month. And in the beginning, okay, it was challenging for her, right? Because she was at a low point in her life. It was challenging, and as it is for everybody. When you get to that point where you're feeling down and somebody says, hey, let's bring you up and let's start doing this positive stuff. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm so used to this negative mindset right here. I'm not sure how this will work. So there's that skepticism that you have to get over. But she did it, right? She got every day, she got a journal and she wrote 3 things that she loved about herself. And we would meet every week and not only share her progress, but share what she wrote in her journal. And to watch her grow and feel good about herself was amazing, right? She went from not being sure, not really knowing what to write, you know, and then as they went along, she was like, Miss Cleo, I gotta tell you, I can't stop. I just find things that I love and I appreciate about myself. And she was able to do that in addition to engaging in exercises, working through learning that some of the things that she feels or thinks is not facts, right? And so we had to do that with regards to her relationship, working through that, knowing that if my partner says that they love me, and I have to embrace that. And she, at this point today, she's able to do that. I spoke with her recently through text message, and she was just telling me how wonderful she's doing and how happy she has been in her life right now today. But that transformation from taking her from being stuck and then taking her to now where she appreciates herself, she loves herself, she feels good about herself, she does activities that, you know, makes her feel good, you know, not just as a person, but as a woman. That was amazing.
You know what? And I think that's the most beautiful thing, is really being able to help somebody believe in themselves and really pull them up, right? And sometimes that takes, you know, recollection and reflecting on the past. And as somebody shared with me yesterday, you know, a lot of the times we think of the regrets other than the reflections. And sometimes, you know, the reflections, you know, really turn into regrets. But really the reflection should be a lesson learned of understanding these things and how they play out. And yes, ladies, if your man tells you he loves you, he loves you. Okay. So I don't think she was the only one, or the other gentleman was the only one having that. That happens all the time. But, you know, what are some of the unique, you know, coaching techniques and methods, you know, you employ to help, you know, women overcome these emotional challenges and, you know, regain their freedom at the end of the day?
Okay, so one of the things that I do is I meet every client where they're at, right? There's not a one size fit all for every client. Everybody is different, right? But you meet them where they're at with regards to the stages of change, right? Because someone might come to you and they might be in pre-contemplation, which is, you know, appears like denial, although some people don't like to use that word denial, but they're not able to see the issues that are going on in their life despite all the warning signs that are taking place. Meeting them there, meeting them in contemplation, and then working them through that process until they are able to take actionable steps and then maintain those steps. So that's one thing that I do, is utilizing the stage of change. The other thing is guided imagery. I use that with my workbook. I have a workbook. It's called Setting Yourself Free with the Triple Ps. And the Triple Ps are passion, having passion, a positive mindset, and perseverance. Those 3 things are important, right? To make that transfer from being stuck to getting unstuck. You have to change your mindset. And then you also have to have that passion, that burning desire, that tired of being sick and tired, right? And ready to change. And then perhaps you don't know how. So that's where I come in, right? Or anybody else who you may go to, right? That's where they would come in to help transition you through that. So those are some of the key things that I utilize when working with clients to kind of shift them through that process.
I love it. I love it. And, you know, do you tailor your coaching sessions? Because I know you said, you know, everyone is individual, but do you tailor these sessions with these people, you know, under their circumstances?
Yes, you have to. You have to, because everybody is not the same. You know, everybody has different cultural backgrounds, right? So you have to be sensitive to other people's culture. You also have to, you may take a different approach where you may take a softer, gentler approach with someone over here. You may need a more, how can I say, a firmer stance with another client over here to kind of give them that push. But ultimately remembering that the element of change or the instrument of change is the client. So as a coach, I can't pull you, I have to roll with you. So that's where I said meeting you where you're at, making sure that I remember that when working with people, I have to roll with them and not pull them, meet them. And then sometimes you might start something and think that this might work with someone and it doesn't, and you have to readjust and be okay with that. Get their feedback, because this is part of their journey and you can't go along without them. This is their journey. So you have to meet them where they're at and get input from them, reassess, and make sure that when you reassess, you're on the same page, because it is a partnership, right? You're working with them to help them get to where they need to be.
Yeah. And, you say that, and I remind people all the time, we're always one conversation. We're always one old school Zoom conversation away, right, from, really sharing our story and being able to hear ourselves, because I'm more than certain, just like myself, when you hear other people's stories, you're like, ooh, I needed that today, right? I needed that reminder today to remind me of where I'm at and how far I've made it. And I might be dealing with that right now. And you just gave me some inspiration. And so really, this is where we have to come together and be vulnerable enough and drop our pride, drop our ego, drop that old way of thinking that, I can do this on my own, when really we do need to be talking with people. And you said it, our traumas, our dramas that we're sometimes addicted to, really get in our way. And so, what are some of the common patterns or obstacles that you see that women tend to, deal with?
A few of them could be when you start to feel stuck, and you want to change, but you don't know how to, just digging your heels into that negative thought pattern, just sitting there, especially sometimes when you're working with people, they start off good, and then that negative thought comes in and they quit. And so what I want to tell any woman out here right now today, or anyone in general, right? It doesn't have to be women. I know I work with women, but for people in general, when we start to feel stuck and when we encounter challenges on our road to changing our mindset or making that transformation, to know that it's okay to experience those challenges, embrace them, look at them as learning experiences. It's not an opportunity to say, I quit. It's very easy. The pattern that I've noticed is that it's easy to slip back because that's what you're used to, right? It's the same thing with addiction, right? I also have background with working with people in substance abuse. They start to do well, something happens, along the way, like maybe they can't, they went to treatment and they're clean now, they're getting out of treatment, and their family has their kids, and they're like, I'm clean now. Yeah, I'm ready to be a parent. And the family's like, no, no, we want to see you consistently staying clean and sober first before you get back into this child's life and disrupt them. And sometimes for people, they're like, what you mean, no? I did this work. And then they fall back into old patterns and old behaviors, and then the relapse comes in. So the same thing with our mindset. And when we think about the stages of change, part of that model is relapse, right? Yeah. So it's very easy for us to relapse back into old patterns of thinking, right? So I've noticed that relapse is definitely a pattern for some of these women. And it's important to teach that you can encounter these challenges, you can overcome them, but you cannot get complacent, because complacency will take you right back. So you have to stay consistent, nurture the positive energy or the positive space that you're in, and keep doing the things that work. Don't stop. don't feel like I've arrived. I got a positive mindset right now, so I don't got to do self-care. No. No.
It does not work that way. And you say something because that's spot on, right? That, we get to a certain point where we think we're good enough. And then, time goes by and you think to yourself 60,000 to 80,000 times a day. Half of that is false, right? And a lot of it is negative. Did you know we think 5 negative things before we think of 1 positive thing? And, that's really internally and externally. So you're spot on of, oh, I'm good right now. But what happens when that bump in the road happens? What's your reaction response back to that, right? How do you react to that? How do you handle those situations? And that is really addiction or non-addiction, because we're all addicted to something. Do not get that twisted, right? Some of y'all are addicted to TV. And so, this is where, this allows us to, really be able to understand how this works, right? Of how we can get better, how we can transition, And so, could you share some of the key strategies to building that emotional resilience and, fostering that personal growth as you've been, making it up the train? What are some strategies and techniques you got for us?
Okay. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
So some of the strategies that I would be sharing right now with you is when you start to experience your negative thoughts, right? It's important for you to stop them when they occur. First of all, you need to become aware of them, right? And aware that they're happening, how frequently they're happening. And then once you become aware, you're able to stop them, right? So you want to stop them, and you do that by either reframing that thought, right? Or replacing it with a positive or more empowering thought, right? So if I was someone who would say something like, I can't, right? I want to change from I can't to maybe I can learn, right? Because if you can't do something, hey, I can learn, and I may not be able to do it yet, but with practice, I will get there. See how that's a different shift, how it's reframing that versus staying stuck in I can't, I'm going to quit now, right? It's I can't right now, but with practice, with asking for help, right? Because some of us don't like to ask for help, but if I ask for help, I can't. So I often teach people to reframe their thoughts using 3 statements, right? I can, I am, and I will. And then you can follow that with whatever it is that you're going to do. So that's one thing. The other thing is, once we get a shift in our mindset, right? We want to make sure that we maintain that with self-care, right? So that's where we do things that we enjoy, activities that we enjoy, that is going to help us to relax and bring an overall well feeling to ourselves, right? So if I'm doing things that I love, I'm going to feel better about myself, right? So you can pamper yourself, you can go bowling, join a book club, something that relates to you, right? Not something I would do, right? So when I work with clients, I ask them what they like doing. I don't tell them, because it's important for you to do what works for you versus what I tell you to do, which will make it less likely for you to do it anyways, right? Because you're not into that. If I say go walking and you're like, I don't walk, you're not going to walk. And then some people get stuck right there. Well, she told me to walk. I don't walk. I quit, so you want to connect with things that you enjoy doing, right? And then you want to also think about implementing gratitude into your life, because, staying every day, 3 things that you're grateful for, that also changes how you feel, right? And it helps you to stay positive even when negative things or challenges or obstacles are occurring in your life. So you want to practice self-care, you want to practice gratitude. And if you have a connection with a higher power, God, that's for me, but everybody's different, right? They have different beliefs in spirituality. Then you want to practice some form of spirituality, whatever works for you, right? So making that connection is important. And then I say perseverance, right? Constantly doing it, knowing that you have to continually do these things and nurture that transformation that you're making. So to sum it up, You want to make sure that you reframe your thoughts, right?
Mhm.
Change negative thoughts to positive ones, and they have to be empowering, right?
Yep.
And then you want to engage in activities that you enjoy, that is going to help you relax, because guess what? If you're relaxed, less stress, less anxiety, less depression, all the things that we're trying to get away from, and less of the feeling that you're not worthy. So you want to change that mindset and engage in things that you enjoy. Make sure you get enough sleep. That's important. And make sure you take care of your health as well, right? You want to make sure you go to your doctor's appointments and so you can stay healthy, because you need a healthy mind, but you also need a healthy body too.
Boom.
Right? So we got to take care of ourselves, pay attention to what we eat, and then everything works in balance with each other. So yeah.
I love it. Especially when you talked about, taking your power away from yourself, saying, other than saying I can't, other than saying, hey, I can learn, because that way you give the power back to yourself. When you take it away from yourself, you got nothing. And then you're absolutely spot on. Without your health, nothing else works. It's 1% of your day. Do some jumping jacks, do some sit-ups, go around the block for a walk, right? Take the dog for a walk, right? Do something other than nothing. And a lot of the times, depression, anxiety, all of those things are in line with how you take care of your health.
Yes.
I know for me, if I'm feeling like I'm a little upset or anxiety, I'm going to hit this Mexico Hill, and that's going to take the anxiety out of me real quick. Okay. Being 6,000 feet up in the air. And I'm real happy when I get back home. Okay. And so, this is where you guys really have to be able to understand how this all works. And, I'm going to move along here, and ask, this question: what role in self-care, in your coaching processes, and how you guide your clients, in prioritizing that, right? And their emotional well-being.
Well, as we've been saying, self-care is important. It is at the utmost priority, right? To make sure that we are practicing self-care. And as I say, it doesn't have to be expensive. You don't have to spend a whole bunch of money, but, just simple changes, right, can help change how you feel. Because remember, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you, how you think drives how you feel, and how you feel drives how you act. Right? And we have to learn that all three of these things are connected. So if we change the way we think and we change the way we act, right? We put in a self-care activities, then we're going to change the way that we behave, meaning how we respond in our environment and how we respond to others and how we take action in our business. That's important too, because everybody on here, our business, has some type of business, right? So that's important. And we have to learn how to respond versus react, right? Reaction is that knee-jerk thing that we do. So if we can get in control of our mind, right, and not let our minds be in control of us, then we make better decisions. And part of that, absolutely, to keep all of that in check, is self-care. It is very important. I can't stress that enough.
I love it. And in your experience, what are the most rewarding aspects of witnessing women, regain their emotional freedom and take control of their lives?
I love doing it. I enjoy doing it. I like watching the transformation of someone when they come into you and they tell you what's going on, and watching them take actionable steps, right? From where they were before, feeling like they couldn't do it, and then pushing and motivating them. But most importantly, I enjoy supporting them, letting them know, listen, you can do this. This is absolutely attainable. I got you. We can do this together. And watching that partnership grow and that belief grow in themselves, I love it. It's the best feeling. I enjoy doing it. So that's what it's for me. It's watching the challenge.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey,
and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business, in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City, USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global black business network platform that propels black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGall, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with. where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show. Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Anya Goldsby, and I am going to be your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. So tonight, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Princess Dr. Rhoda Zione Alale. Princess Dr. Rhoda Zione Alale from Delta State, Nigeria, is a Healthy Smart Homes National Scholar, distinguished researcher and residence currently at the Center of Health Equity at Columbia University Teachers College in New York City. She is a board certified as both a registered nurse and an environmental health physicist. Her expertise in applied biophysics graced her to design health and agricultural systems for kings of Africa, Saudi Arabia, and business enterprises of Canada. She is also an United Nations Global Goals Ambassador for Sustainability in Health and Agriculture. She has many awards and is a double gold medalist in environmental engineering innovations for her nanotechnology inventions that enhance solar energy systems and reduce the effects of radiation from cell phones and electronics. Dr. Charles Maudlin, the Cleveland Clinic, stated that her nanotechnologies may create a new area in medical research. Both presidents, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, honored her as an outstanding American. The 700 Club, Pat Robinson, produced a TV documentary of her life called Rhoda's Love Story. The late Senator Edward Kennedy penned that she is one of the most dynamic and creative women of our time. I present to all of you, Princess Dr. Rhoda Zione Alale.
Good evening, everyone. We are live in Ohio. I have to put on my Ohio State cap today because we're undefeated. Did you see what we did in Wisconsin yesterday? Thank you, moderator, for such a gracious introduction.
You are very
I want
welcome.
to thank the Black
Genius is
Business.
coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if I was premature. Wanted to take time to thank the moderator for her introduction, and certainly Dr. Kelly, who is so multi-talented. We are just blessed to participate in his vision of the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. He is so impactful for the Black community and the global community at large, because there's no way we can get it done without men and women that give us their shoulders to stand on. As the moderator said, I am an environmental nurse physicist. What does that mean? I explore, is your house making you sick? Whoever thought the chemicals, the electricity, the gases in your house could be the reason why you have cancer or diabetes or even mental illness? And that's one of the things that I explore. That's why I'm doing this broadcast in the middle of a bedroom in downtown Cincinnati. And I had to tell my son, I said, listen, I'm going to be in the city, so therefore I want to come and invade your space so that we can show the world, is your house making you sick? And more specifically, is your bedroom taking your health? And so I want to show you a health model that you can begin to implement. Now, few people know that we are actually under a nationwide call to action out of the office of the Department of Health and Human Services. Why? Because so many people are getting sick. Our air is sick. Our electricity is so high. The electrical radiation in our homes is so high that people are having seizures. It can create mental illness, especially depression. We have so much Alzheimer's and dementia because where are you sleeping? With your head up against a wall with an electric socket. And who knew that electricity can decrease the minerals absorbing in your brain? So one, we have a nationwide call to action. Two, we have a new medical diagnosis. Get your pen and pad. I got to give you the code. Because if you're waking up in the morning in a cloud, you're slow moving, you're slow thinking, you feel like you have brain freeze and brain fog, you could be hypersensitive to the electricity that's behind your headboard. And so I want to show you how you can figure that out. So the new medical diagnosis is called idiopathic environmental intolerance. Again, that's idiopathic. IDIO. Pathic is spelled PATHIC. The word environmental, ENVIRO. MENTAL. Intolerance. INTOLERANCE. Idiopathic environmental intolerance means you could be allergic to electricity in your home. You could be allergic to some of the household chemicals in your home. And that's why Fran Drescher of the movie, the sitcom, The Nanny, she started that whole campaign, Cancer Smancer, to tell people the chemicals in your home, the environmental toxins in your home could be making you sick. And so it has a medical code now. The number is ICD, International Classification of Disease. ICD, the 10th edition, code 2000. You can Google it. People are allergic to electricity. Have you ever wondered why now 1 in 17 people is getting a seizure? In many areas, and in other areas, it's 1 in 26. Why all of a sudden is everybody getting a seizure? Well, in medicine, for years, you saw the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. They use electricity to induce seizures. So we've known for years that high voltage of electricity can induce a seizure. It's used in medicine even while I'm speaking to this day. Electricity is used to induce seizures. So can you ask the question? If you all of a sudden never had seizures before, and now you're having seizures all the time, or your children are having seizures because you moved into a new place, could it be that the electrical system in that house is faulty, or it's too high because you have so much, everything is wireless, or you're living near cell phone towers or power transformers? This is so impactful, especially to the Amish community. Their numbers of cancer and all kinds of metabolic diseases is off the chart. Diabetes and cancer and radiation toxicity and burns, because they don't even have electricity, yet they have windows and waters and metals in the infrastructures of their homes that can be highly conductive of electrostatic. So you got your pen and paper. First thing that you've written down is, what are the medical codes that talk about electricity can make me sick? Where did it come from? The Office of Health and Human Services issued a nationwide call to action to promote the healthy home. It's umbrellaed under Healthy People 2030. We got to get everybody checking their houses. And under promoting the healthy home. The first thing I want to bring your attention to is, what kind of meter do you need? I have a meter from the military. My testimony is simply this. I adopted one of my patients who had a brain injury. They said he would never walk, he would never talk, he would never learn. I was his nurse from the time he was 5 days old. And it was kind of a God thing, because I don't even do pediatric nursing. It just so happened a friend of mine started a nursing agency in Washington, D.C. I heard Dr. Kelly say he was from D.C. I love D.C. And I want to pause just for a second to give a shout out to Durham, North Carolina, because I love the brothers and sisters at North Carolina Central University who invited me to do a TED Talk there on this very matter. And that got me a global stage of doing all kinds of projects in Africa. And I'm so grateful for that. Africa and the islands in St. Croix and Puerto Rico. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to have done that TED Talk on this technology. And so I adopted my son and we moved into a new house that had Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi came on the scene as a DSL that dialed up through the phone. Y'all remember? I know you're not that old. So anyway, when Wi-Fi came, you plugged it in and you got the modem and it came through the phone. My son was actually an exchange student, an American exchange student in Penang, Malaysia. He was aspiring to be on the Olympic team for Silat martial arts. And so he made the world touring team and he was training with the world champion in Silat martial arts in Penang, Malaysia. Yes, he overcame so many obstacles that none of what they prophesied would be his prognosis came to pass, because I served the Most High God. And one thing I found out as being a nurse, I never went to work without God. I never cared for anybody without praying for them. And I prayed my son all the way up out of physical disabilities that they had said he will never walk, talk, or learn. He did all of that. But when we moved from Washington, D.C. to Ohio, not knowing Ohio had a lot of toxic waste that was radioactive vaulted here from World War II, we were living in an inferno of electrostatic in an all totally electric house. And my son woke up one morning and all of a sudden his ability to process and learn was like gone. He went to the hospital. We took him to a number of specialists. And the doctor said to me, your son is losing energy in his theta wave and his alpha wave. And that's what you learn with. And that's what you control your emotions with. And he ended up in a brain injury program for almost a year. I just happened to go to a medical conference in Canada that was on the subject matter around brain injuries and the environment and how all this electrostatic in the environment was causing brain injuries and all kinds of diseases. And the doctor walked up to me from Russia. She said, do you have ants in your house? I said, you know what? I got a terrible ant problem in this house. And I said, my son is sick. And she tested me and she said, lady, you are 100% radioactive. And I'm like, are you serious? She said, when you get home, don't play with this. You go find someone that can measure out your home, the electromagnetic pulse. Write that down. Electromagnetic pulse. You must know how much radiation from your electric system you're sleeping in. She said, lady, I need you to write down, get your house measured out. I called the local military base and some friends of mine there that were medical doctors. And they said, we know a lot of nuclear engineers. Let's see what we can find. They found me an engineering team and they came to my house with a medical doctor who was a health physicist. And they brought this machine. Can you see this? This is called a Stetzer meter. Stetzer. S-T-E-T-Z-E-R. Again, that's S-T-E-Z-E-R. S-T-E-T-Z-E-R. Stetzer meter. This Stetzer meter is designed was designed for doctors and nurses in the Army because they said there was too much electrostatic in our operating rooms, in our patient care suites, and in our emergency rooms. And what it was doing was creating even more complications with trying to get that patient balanced and get that patient healed. And OSHA confirmed this because OSHA said that there was too much electrostatic, and they stepped in with regulation, a new regulation. Write this down, regulation 1910 333A, which says if you have an employee working with anything electrical that plugs in any type of energized machinery, you must give them protective gear. And they told hospitals, you've got to lower the electrostatic in your operating suites and in your patient care service areas because it's too high. And the doctors and the nurses were getting sick from radiation toxicity and radiation poisoning. So this machine only measures to 2000. And I'm going to ask my son if he can assist me. I have a handsome son named Khalil Zia, my second son, who was one of the first adoptions ever done in the White House. When he was 8 years old, Bill Clinton presided over his adoption, Bill and Hillary Clinton, and he's been an amazing young man. He's traveled more places in the world than me, 24 different countries to be exact. And he also was an American exchange student in Penang, Malaysia. So I'm going to have him to come, and if he'll just plug in this stetometer, and then I'm going to show you how you need to be testing your bedroom. Where can you get stetometers? You can get them at Amazon.com. Amazon.com. So this is my son, Khalil, and he's plugging in the stetometer. I'm going to try to lift up this laptop so you can see what the number is. Now you see, can you see this? Okay, turn the power transformer, thank you. The power guard off. So at baseline, we are looking with this stetometer, and it's 135. You see it's going up and down. It's jumping between 132, 127, 134. And if you turn around on the back, I don't know if we can get it close enough for you to see, that you are not supposed to be exposed to more than 50 biometric units of radiation. If you can see on that scale, it says above 50 is undesirable, and below 50 is where you need to be. And so we have an instrument called a capacitor. These capacitors were made for spacecraft, and I happen to get this white capacitor that you see plugged in here from Canada. If you Google Nevis Corporation, Nevvus, this is actually a capacitor that allows me to test for patency of the line to see if your house or if your bedroom can support any type of technology to lower radiation in the wall. And so we're going to plug it in, and we're going to show you how these capacitors work. Nevis.com in Canada. I am the international spokesperson for them. And you see, in a matter of seconds, it brought that level from 138, 140, a fluctuation between 125 and 142, I believe was the highest, down to below 38. It's jumping between 35 and 38, and that happened within seconds. That's what you need to be concerned with, is your bedroom making you sick, because anything above 50 can alter your red blood cells and put you at risk for leukemia and all types of cancers and all types of mental illness. Now let's just park right there and unpack for a second. This is your head sleeping in 138 biometric units of radiation. And that meter says you're not supposed to be more exposed to more than 50. So electricity is like fire that burns you from the inside out. So here you are, you have your head sleeping in 138 biometric units of radiation all night. That's enough to drain your brain. You wake up in the morning with brain freeze, brain fog. You got to sit there 15, 20 minutes. And let's unpack that a little bit. Alzheimer's, they're saying now, is type 3 diabetes. Why? Because the brain is now resisting the absorption or the uptake of insulin. Well, when you put your brain in a storm, when you have your brain in an electric field, one of the things it does, it causes constriction of the cellular membranes because they're under stress and they don't know what's going on because electricity stimulates the cell in such a way it causes it to drain its minerals. And the body begins to slow that process down so it can maintain your equilibrium. And I submit that this phenomenon is caused because your head is sleeping in electric static. And so I want my son to come and I want to test him. We're going to turn his computer around and I want to show you a test that you can do. Everybody, have you heard of muscle response testing? We're going to test his muscles and see, does his muscles like this wall behind here? We're going to turn that capacitor off and we're going to come back in just a few seconds. Okay. I'm going to have my son adjust this computer now so you can see me and him together. He's going to try to adjust the angle.
Where's your plug at?
And okay, can you see me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. You can see me. Now I need you to see him. So we have a capacitor pulled out, and he's getting ready to
Genius is common. Hello, everybody. My name is Lil Asmar. I'm 13 years old. I'm a
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant, where social justice.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to bring back up Dr. Ale as well as her son so that they can vision out their presentation. So, Dr. Ale, are you ready?
Oh, yes. This is my son, Khalil, Prince Khalil. And we were right at the point, and we apologize that we lost connection there for a minute. We were right at the point of introducing this capacitor and how this capacitor was created for spacecraft to reduce electromagnetic static in spacecraft. Now it has been retrofitted for homes. And because I live so close to a military base, we were able to be among the first people that this capacitor got introduced to. And this capacitor is the instrument that helped to save my other son, who had a severe brain injury. They said he would never be able to learn again. It took 7 years, but he's learning. So these capacitors we are now retrofitting young people's houses with, in addition to solar technology to make your house safe. But we're working on this bedroom right now. We got to show you what 138 biometric units of radiation will do to your body. So I'm going to have him plug that in so we can get in position. And then I'm showing you how you are going to test your house. Everybody needs to do this. You need to go home. You need to stand away from the wall. Don't touch the wall yet. Test your baseline. Put your arm at a 90-degree angle. I'm going to have him turn around so you see what that looks like. 90-degree angle at the shoulder, and then get back in position so you're linear to the wall, and hold his arm. Give me all your strength. Don't let me push your arm down. So away from that wall, he's perfectly strong. Now I'm going to have him touch the wall with his hand. 1, 2, 3, all your strength. Hold strong. And look, this wall knocks him out. Now, if the wall will knock out a 33-year-old strong young man, what in the world would it do to you? This is why masses of people are getting Alzheimer's, dementia, all kinds of cancers. Because not only is it doing this to him, I'm going to have him lean over and touch the bed. He's touching the bed with box springs. Can you touch the mattress for me? Next, you're going to touch your mattress. Okay, give me all your strength. 1, 2, 3, resist. So he's leaning over. It's knocking his body out. So not only is the wall creating an electrical field to take his body out if he touches the wall, it's taking your body out if you're laying on box springs in the mattress. So let's just turn the capacitor on. The question now is, can he touch 38 biometric units of radiation? That's the question. Have him touch the wall. Arm out. 1, 2, 3, all your strength. And no, he's still losing energy from 38 biometric units of radiation. So what have we done? This is what God gave me. You see this little square? It's called a nano. YourNanos.com. This is a nanotechnology that puts a barrier so it takes down that electrostatic. We're going to put this on the capacitor and have it broadcast into the wall so that we can retrofit that capacitor to stop tasing him and demineralizing him. Touch the wall. Give me all your strength. 1, 2, 3, go. Rock solid. There's no energy loss. And because that's electricity is magnetic, this capacitor will now turn into a life-sustaining instrument. Now let me have him touch the bed. Okay, give your arm all the way up, 90-degree angle. 1, 2, 3, are you strong? Rock solid. There's no energy loss. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. God has a plan to save our lives and to make our bedrooms sanctuaries that preserve us. We have got to start a movement, not just in your bedroom, but on your block, in your city, because too many of us are dying from cancer, too much rage in your house, too much confusion. Our children aren't able to load. They're not able to sustain the information. Why? Because you're sleeping with your head in fire. Now, let me take this nano off before he gets too happy here, because I want to show you why there's so much diabetes. Now, we're going to go back, turn that capacitor off, to showing you. So put your hand on the wall and count to 25. I want everybody to do this tonight. Let's count, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, children. Come on to this screen. We're going to count with Dr. A. Shout out to Howard University, a former nursing professor at Howard. My students call me Dr. A to Z because there was no room for a C student in my nursing class. I worked everybody till they became an A student. Here we go. So he's charging up from that wall. Turn around, face the camera, son. Put 2 fingers on your heart. 2 fingers over your heart. 1, 2, 3. Are you strong? Look at this. He just touched the wall. It's done took out energy in his heart. 2 fingers on the pancreas. He's also a licensed massage therapist. So he knows all his organs out. 1, 2, 3, are you strong? Now do you understand why we're getting so much diabetes? He's done lost energy in his pancreas. 2 fingers over the liver. 1, 2, 3, are you strong? He's losing all this energy to the liver. So now we're going to put this nano back on this. How about walls that charge up your body? Now put your hand back on the wall. We're going to give him 1 minute of therapy off of this wall for this nano energy to energize his body and to rebalance him. You ready? 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 fingers back to the heart. 1, 2, 3, are you strong? Rock solid. 2 fingers to the liver. Rock solid. 2 fingers to the pancreas. Rock solid. So do you think you need to be sleeping with some nanos in your house, in your bedroom, and a capacitor? Give it up. Safer bedrooms. We have a movement in your bedroom healthier and safer so we can preserve our love, we can preserve our health, we can preserve our joy, and we can preserve our families. I am tired of fathers dying, mothers dying, children sick, and I'm doing something about it. And who will join me at yournanos.com?
All right. Thank you so much. Wow, Dr. A, that was amazing. Please, everybody, make sure you follow up with her.
This is Genius 4.0. He's been around the world, American exchange student to Penang, Malaysia. He speaks more languages than me. God is an awesome God. First adoption done at the White House. Our God is an awesome God.
Yes. Dr. A, she was so amazing, everyone. So thank you so much for joining us, Dr. A, on the Black Business Network. So today I want to also talk to you about the Black Business Network Expo's mission, which is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college for K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to our scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen below, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online right now at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So you want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank also today our Black Business Expo USA sponsors: First Atlantic Insurance Group, Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ridge Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the